Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, January the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will help me if you can hear me and see my screen. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much. All right. Lots happening again this morning, as always. So, the usual suspects with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is on the move again. Take a look at the ETF. It is above now that high of yesterday, starting to fill in this little void area. So we've got Mara up, we've got Riot up. Almost take your pick right now. Mara is really excellent. I mean, it's bounced off that $20 financing of yesterday like nothing now, and kind of almost approaching those highs. Riot, of course, is up. More speculative, of course, the BTBT is up. EBON is up, EBON. Anyway, lots of Bitcoin players right now, or, well, I'm going to call them just crypto players right now. I have no idea, Ron, I have no idea. There's no such thing as a quick question like that. I have no idea if it's done. 20 is the level that, might struggle to get through, but I have no idea if it is done. Lots of other things. Take a look at JW Nordstrom's JWN. I think it's not an earnings play exactly, but they've guided and basically said Christmas sales, holiday sales, disappointing. So there's some downward pressure on Nordstrom, JWN. Continue to watch NKLA. That was a nice quick trade for us yesterday. It is still hanging over 20. Okay. Now the other one though, it's catching my eye, is the RMO. Looks very similar. RMO is lots of pretty good volume right now, but look at the void. Look where it could go to. I mean, we're up to $39. I guess this was one of those SPACs. Became RMO. So it had a nice day yesterday and looks like a continuation day today for RMO. Again, when you ask me what my opinion, I mean, yeah, Space has had a tremendous gap up. I mean, I know somebody asked me about it yesterday. I mean, what can I say? I mean, its high is up here. I mean, it could keep going, I suppose, but I really don't know. I mean, I don't have any opinion on it in that I'm going to say, oh yes, you should be buying this because there are the levels up there that it could attain. I don't even see what the news is for it. But yeah, obviously a tremendous pop after hours. I mean, this is after hours. This all happened. DPW. I know somebody asked me about DPW yesterday also. Another kind of a Bitcoin play. Look at this. Oh, now they actually, it's not, I'm sorry, this is not a Bitcoin play. This is EV. So quick headline that I read, something to do with whatever they're doing in the EV sector, they're selling it on Amazon. So there is a DPW, low float, 16 million. And again, you look left, lots of room. Gevo, this looks like a continuation from yesterday. Gevo. So it's not up as much as it was when it was up here at 750. That was obviously a bigger percentage gain, but still looks interesting. EXPR. Huge pop here. The only news I could see, they've secured an additional financing up to $140 million. That is the only news that I can really see on it. Fuel Cell is taking a big hit this morning. Now we have it earnings, but I think that's incorrect. I don't know, maybe that's what it was planned for, but it looks like it's a week from now. But more importantly, JP Morgan has said, you know what, this is fully valued. In fact, we're going to put a price target of 10 on Fuel Cell. So that has put a lot of downward pressure on Fuel Cell right now. Volt. I think this is is this an earnings play? Yeah, actually this is an earnings play. Look at the reaction after hours. They released after hours. Look at the initial reaction. Pop way up here. It was pulled all the way back, so it's actually negative right now for Volt. VIVE is down big, has gapped down big. This is a financing. Yeah, down 24%, though. This is a financing. I couldn't see exactly where the financing was. It's a $24 million, say, announces the pricing. Let's see, are they teasing me or have they announced it? Okay, $3.40, so $3.40 financing. So it's below the financing price. Excuse me, below the financing price. BTBT ripping higher here, guys. Bitcoin play, of course. Crypto play, just want to call it crypto play. NPA, another SPAC. So many of these SPACs. I added a whole ton of SPACs to our symbol list yesterday. Another one, though, New Providence Acquisition, NPA, straight up, approaching the all-time high. IMAC. IMAC. Okay, so it's pulled quite a bit back now. It shot up to 260, back down to $2. A low float. IMAC Holdings expands Florida presence to Orlando. That is the headline that I see. This is a virus play, OGEN, huge percentage move, 30%, still under $1. Poked above $1, got up to $1.05. Not a low float, 85 million in the float. You look left, it had a big day a few days ago. Remember from when this came about 2 weeks ago, from 42 cents, it got up to 115. And cannabis plays are alive and kicking also. MJ. So MJ is starting to break out here. It is really starting to break out. So take a look at Tilray, TLRY. And AFA, APHA. Probably a few more, ACB. I'm sure most of these cannabis plays are up. All right. Well, guys, you know that I've been talking about swinging this IPO. Now, I have traded in and out of this several times. Got back in this morning right around here at 15:14. I was actually, when I woke up this morning, I was surprised to see it over 15 like it was. It was holding, so I'm back in this one. I'm probably going to trade it out again today, depending on what it does. This has actually been a good intraday trader for me. All right, let me quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, well, we have a few upgrades, more downgrades actually, but let's just take a look at some of the upgrades. Few more to go on the upgrades. A couple of upgrades I see for ODFL. I'll have to take a look at that once I finish this. A lot of upgrades. Wow, look at a lot of upgrades for Intel. We got BMO, Morgan Stanley, Cowen, Atlantic Equities. There are probably other ones out there, but a lot of upgrades for BMO. I'm sorry, for Intel, INTC. All right, get the downgrades in now. I say there are a few more downgrades than there are upgrades this morning. Get a few of them in. Okay, I see that Ballard has been downgraded. There's the downgrade for JWN, Nordstrom's. And there's the downgrade for Fuel Cell. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Yeah, Dillard's. I've been seeing Dillard's for a while. You know, it's come to the point that every morning there's just probably 10 or 15 SPACs that are just ripping higher. Problem with most of them is that they're tough. Usually they're very tough intraday trades. These are more, you got to believe kind of what they're trying to do, who they're merging with. Is it the right sector, and what's the financing structure? You really have to dive into these. Boy, FCEL, it's just a lot of downward pressure on that downgrade here, down to $10 by J.P. Morgan. Yeah, Wolf is off. So listen, guys, if you want to make sure, most of the time they do show up in the halts resumes, most of the time. But if you want to make sure that you see it once it opens, just put it on a chart, and then just do create a price alert. They got $1 or something, okay, and save it. Then minimize your price alerts, and then when it opens, it'll pop up on your screen. Yeah, I saw NK also. I mean, there's just so many gappers now. So many gappers this morning. I saw NK also. I mean, that's a massive gap. $19.37 was a high a few days ago. Looks like about 3 weeks ago, so it's above that high. This Mara is super impressive, guys. I mean, it just shrugged off that $20 financing yesterday like it was nothing. Now look at here's even the Here's the Bitcoin ETF. Morning, Benham. Yeah, that stupid iClick. That was one that I had Wow, yeah, look at this. Yeah, ripping higher. That was the one I had yesterday. Sold it flat, and then it did this on me at the end of the day. I'm sorry, it did this. This is where I was in it. Yeah, right around here is when I was in it, and then at the end of the day, it just ripped higher. Right, IPOF. Loving this guy, you know, just follow him all year, this Chamath. There's no news on it. It's just, you know, I don't even know if it's trading as well as, what's the other one? IPO, is it D? That's trading well also. And IPOE. Yeah, IPOE. But I've kind of hitched my wagon to this guy right here, IPOF. What do I think of ACCD? Something from our YouTube room. Well, I mean, there's no volume yet, so when you ask me what do I think about it, I have no idea what they do. I mean, I can read the profile, of course. So it's a tech, okay. I mean, I have no real feel for it. Wow, you know, I mentioned this one yesterday in the pre-market, EH, and look at this, that just keeps ripping higher and higher. This is a China stock in the airports or the airline sector. Just keeps ripping higher and higher. This is almost a double, getting close to a double in excuse me, 4 days. EH. Astonishing moves. And I know a lot of you are following Skills, SKLZ. This one really intrigues me though. The Romeo seems to, you know, if it can hold this level. I mean, this is what it did yesterday. So it got up to 24, just over 24 this morning. But I mean, just look at the gap, the potential void fill. Is it over $1 still? Yeah, it's got to get over $1 again. I mean, this, you know, got up to what, $1.04 yesterday, or sorry, the day before that. It got up to $1.47, but it's pulled quite a bit back. You know, if it gets over $1 again, maybe. I'll put an alert here at $1.20. So many gappers. I mean, look at my gap fill list. I mean, it's just it's just full. These are the gap ups. These are the gap downs. Very few gap downs. And what is the SPY doing? I mean, it's not like the SPY is ripping or anything. Yeah, so if I was going to say, if you can't hear me, but I can't tell you, so do a refresh. Well, you know, when I get a question like any thoughts, I mean, you just have to wait for it to open. I mean, obviously, DPW, it's had a huge pop. You know, they've got some news. I mean, they put Amazon in a press release. They're selling whatever they do, they're selling it on Amazon. And so that has caused this one to, you know, huge move. It'll trade the float many times today. It's already 15 million. The float's only 16. So, you know, could trade the float 3 or 4 times a day. But, you know, any thoughts? Have to wait for it to open, see if it holds. All right, guys, I am now going to change my layout. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. Gonna get set for the open. Okay, and as always, what time is it? 9:27. So as always, if you want to follow my watch list from the toolbar, just click on New and then Channel Bar and then my watch list, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. We will start getting alerts right off the bat here in this window. Nothing until at least 9:45 in these 2 windows. And that is on purpose. I know a number of you have been following POWW. Had a great day. Well, interesting day. Got up to 9, sold all the way down to 732. So it's above at least the body of the candle, but it's had 2 great days. Huge day in terms of volume yesterday. POWW. Nordstrom's is still weakening, guys. JWN is still weakening. This could be one of those, like, an all-day short. That's not a recommendation. It's just, you look down here, 30. It looks like there is pretty good support around 33.70-ish or so. So it's not that far away. I wish this weren't here. I wish it were more straight up like this. And then here was the support area down around 30. So hard to know how dynamic it'll be once the market opens. Actually, it's not a huge float, 109 million in the float. All right, market is going to open in less than a minute. Let's have another great trading day, everybody. Still the same. Still the same, Thomas. Haven't changed it in a few months. Okay. Well, I mean, if you believe in the RSI filter, we have an RSI filter GA, and just put, you know, whatever time zone or time frame you want, and put a very high RSI. You know, some people will put 80. You know, as signifying something that might be overbought. And now, of course, we are now open. There's NKLA, guys. NKLA. It'll be interesting again. It held 20. How's the Romeo doing? RMO. Yeah, so it's starting off a little bit weak. So what I'm going to do is, high is 23.16. So I'm just going to stick an alert, price alert, right around there, 23.29, and see if it takes it out later on. Again, I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things settle down a little bit. We see lots of whippiness. Yeah, the CCIV, I mean, was that Churchill something? Churchill, yeah, Churchill Capital. Yeah, I mean, it's been on an amazing run. Another one of the SPACs. So it looks like there's a little bit of downward pressure on the EVs. I'm looking at FUV. Not much volume yet, but fuel cell, of course, is it still hanging? Is it still? Nah, actually, that's a big bounce, pretty big bounce. JP Morgan downgrade though to $10. I mean, that is definitely putting some downward pressure on it. This was halted in the pre-market, this CRSA. Another, I mean, there's just so many of them now, so many SPACs. I added to the list last night in our symbol list. I don't know how many I put in. I mean, there's just so many of them. And this is probably another one. Well, the NPA, though. It's NPA. I don't see that NPA is halted. I'm assuming that it is the same, just a different. But you're right. No, you are actually right. It is. But so I don't know. I mean, it's different share designation, I guess, but or share class. Well, Tilray. Look at Tilray. You know, it may be, you know, I've been, you know, dumping all over this, the cannabis sector for years, it seems now. Well, 2 years anyway, after the big spike in 2018. Maybe now, though. I mean, it's got a huge gap to keep filling. This is the ETF for the cannabis sector. CNET, I had it on my list. I thought I had CNET on my list. Yeah, it looks interesting, but you know, let's remember. I mean, that's a huge topping tail. It doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. You know, got all the way up here and it's sold off the last 3 days. Yes, it's had a nice pop, but you know, can it sustain it? You know, there was some news on it. Selected as key agent for merchant. I'm just looking at the headline here for merchant advertising by 360 Security. I mean, so there is some news on it. So today looks like, you know, cannabis day, guys. I mean, this is, look at all these plays now. APHA, I'm sure ACB, I'm sure CGC. Excuse me. Yeah, look at CGC. They're really starting to break out now. Well, I'm sure Kern is the same. Yeah, I mean, you know, so all the cannabis, a lot of the cannabis plays. Give me a moment here. Just a moment, please. Ah, you're right. Sorry, I was on mute. So I was just talking about Tilray. Look at all these bottoming tails, though. I mean, it is ripping higher here. But even so, I mean, you know, the bottoming tails, the sellers had it down to all these levels before the buyers brought it back up to close. Now, at this point, maybe the buyers are saying, okay, you can have it for a while. So today is Cannabis Day. No, I meant this. I meant the buyers. But the sellers brought it down here, but the buyers took it up. The sellers brought it down, the buyers took it up. Again, the sellers keep trying, but the buyers keep closing it higher. And eventually they give up. The sellers will give up for a while anyway. Okay, how's that OGN doing? Is it still holding over $1? Just give it a quick look. Yeah. And Orgo. Excuse me. All right. Well, my thesis on this one, it maybe not today. I still have my alert set for RMO around 23.19 or so, but it is certainly, it's giving it up. Okay, Tony, I wish you luck. And is this in your live account or in simulation mode? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Too much going on, Grumpy. All right, coping. How are you guys coping? KOPN. So what's the high looking left? 325. That's the high looking left on the monthly chart. And it looks like there's a lot of resistance around 350. No, I look at his iClick. Why didn't you do this yesterday when I was in it? The 5-cent tick stocks. I'm not sure I know what you mean. You're not talking about. I mean that rule has been was squashed a couple of years ago. Are you talking about the the nickel spreaders we used to call them? You're not talking about those, are you? Because that no, but they've been gone now for a while. At least I don't remember now. Maybe a couple of years. No, it doesn't exist anymore. All right, guys. Well, as usual, I have traded out of the IPOF. It's not quite completely ready. Took a little profit out of it, so it's kind of what I'm seeing with that one. All right, what are you? VGAC, another one on the move here. Another SPAC on the move. 1280 is the all-time high. Yeah, good for you guys on the SOS. This is really ripping off that financing. Okay, let's see what's happening. Four have showed up in my watch list. APHA 1142, 1153. We just have to now take a look, looking left. So the next highs looking left on the monthly chart are around 1345. So that's good if it wants to keep going. Okay, guys, LXRX, yes, look, great alert so far. 467 on the alert, 515 now. This one hasn't moved really, but look at the room it's got. Look at ONCT. Look at the room it has got. If it can just hold, you take a look looking left. The next high looking left on that daily chart is around 719 or so. Now this is pretty extended now, 2645 Mara. But what a great comeback. All right, Orgo. Sorry, well, here's another little cannabis play. I haven't seen this one for a while. NBEV, NBEV. Doesn't have that much room though, 336 or so. So probably he's going to stall, would easily stall there. APHA just firing again. 1142 on the alert. What are you now? 1156. As I said, it has room. Boy, heck, I mean, these cannabis plays are just really, today's their day for sure. I think I'm late. I wanted to get into this one right up here, 550 for the ONCT. Look at the void. So we've got Hexo, we've got AFA, we've got Tilray, we've got them all. Look at Hexo. Well, look at the room this Hexo has. So on the weekly chart, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 815. Yeah, GoGo looking left on GoGo, 1288. So it just has to take, get over 13, take that out, and look at the room it's got. That is a few weeks ago, the 1288. 6 weeks ago. So about a month and a half it hit these highs. Well, I think a lot of them are. Take a look at fuel cell. Is it still? Yeah, it's on that downgrade, guys. It's a big slap in the face for fuel cell. JP Morgan. I'm sure it's affecting the other EVs. No, nothing to do with level two. It's just looking left on a monthly and a weekly and a daily chart. Just looking left to see where the most recent highs were. Now, when I say it has room, doesn't mean it's going to get there, but so for instance, when I look at fuel cell, where could it go? Well, the next low looking left is 14, right? Or 1385. So if you were going to short this, that's the next low looking left. I'm sorry, 2 days ago. 1644. Okay, so that's what I mean by looking left. Well, you always have to be, because I'm a momentum trader. Virtually everything I see is making a new high or a new low. So I'm not having to worry about intraday resistance. So I'm always looking at the higher time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly. If I don't see anything on the daily, then I go to the weekly and then to the monthly. Daily, weekly, and monthly. It'll give you a really good idea where a stock could go. All right, guys, if you have my higher with unusual options, Navi, N-A-V-I. This looks really interesting. Look at now, again, look left on that weekly chart. I mean, the next highs right way over here, 14. The monthly chart, the same thing. Navi looks really interesting. N-A-V-I. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. So guys, if you took this one, the F, I mean, it's extended. Excuse me. So, I mean, that's a great alert, 1142, 1172 now. Okay, guys, Navi. Again, this is the only one from the unusual options so far today. Remember yesterday we didn't get any until 11:30. Martin, I don't know of one. I can't. I mean, surely if you do a Google search or something like that, but I just don't. I rely on Trade Ideas just to show me, unusual option activity. I mean, we've got our this. This is what I'm using here. Right there. This is unusual option activity right here. So no, I don't go to an outside site for anything regarding options. Okay, so Martin, one of these scans that I'm sharing, time is it right now? 10 o'clock. So one of the scans that I am sharing, if you click on my home page and you click on right here, the scans that I'm sharing, click here. One of them is called Options Play Magic, okay? It's a multi-strategy window, but it's got a lot of option data in it. Okay, guys, I've traded some of this Navi out. I mean, this is, I love this void. I don't know where it's going, but okay, so Bitcoin's getting a little weaker here, so I'm sure the Mara is. Yeah, the Mara is getting a little bit weak. But I click 1180. All right, Navi, rest a bit. Boy, there's a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart for ICLK. If you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, do you see there's a green candle there in the 2-minute chart? There's a red candle. It is, well, let's see if it's totally high as 1190. Yeah, almost totally engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green. And this could signify a continuation in the move. So we have an uptrend, a pause, and then maybe a continuation. Navi. So again, guys, moving higher with unusual strong options. Navi. So the alert, the initial alert was right here at 11:33. I'm going to have to make a real note to myself to add that to the scans. I mean, it is, if you load my options play magic and then you break one of them out, then you can, all I've done is I've taken one of them and I said, you know what, let's really up the filters, 2,000 contracts, 500% of normal. Okay, so I really only want to see a few alerts a day. And I will pop this into the room if anybody is interested. Okay, so GA, I thought I answered you. So, I mean, if you think that overbought means a high RSI, then just use the RSI, one of the RSI filters. If you right click on an alert window as an example and search and RSI, so, we've got the one, you have to pick your time frame. I can't tell you what time frame you want to use, but a lot of people will suggest that add the filter that 80 could suggest an overbought situation. Okay. After that, you have to, add your other filters, your price range, your minimum volume, things like that. Now, does having a high RSI absolutely mean that a stock is overbought? No, it could keep going. But if you want to see stocks that, in theory, based on an RSI number, that they're overbought, then you can certainly use that. That's the theory, Martin. Yes, that's the theory. I mean, obviously, something that looks like it just, like this one, excuse me. I mean, anything that looks parabolic, in theory, looks overbought, but where it's going to stop. Excuse me. Wow, I mean, what a great alert, 467, 550 now. I'm not in this one. This is for you guys, I mean, you can, I use it as a watch list. All right, I'm out of the Navi. I'll look at it a little later, see if it wants to continue, but I'm all out of the Navi now. I'm just going to wait for the next unusual option play. Okay. Yeah, I just posted it, Commodore. Here it is again, okay? All right. Well, look at the market. So market is everything's positive. SPY, Dow, Nas. So there's no disconnect there. Boy, LXRX. What is the news on that one? I had it in my watch list. LXRX regulatory feedback, got FDA feedback. So obviously it was positive feedback from the FDA. Looking left over here now, 533. So wow, so it's above that high, way back here, December of 2019. So looking left now on that monthly chart, you've got, looks like there's a lot of resistance around 640 or so. You know, and it's not a low float, 137 million in the float. This is not a low float situation. All right, another SPAC on the move, FUSE. This is, yeah, taking out yesterday's or last week's high, 1209, so it's a little bit above last week's high, FUSE. I wonder, NKLA. There might be just too much negative sentiment on this. All right, guys, so my alerts are starting to dry up a bit here. All right, guys, so just want to draw your attention to one of the alerts from the AI was Space, SPCE, okay? It got stopped out, but again, if you have the reentry time and reentry price column active, you can see there was a second chance to get in at 30.88. It is now 32.52. So the AI was an early alert. It got stopped out almost immediately, but it has come right back. This is what I'm talking about. You see there was the alert, 31.23. Stop was 30.52. It hit the stop. Reentry time, reentry price was 30.88. It triggered at 9.50. So right after, so it got out at 9.48. Within 2 minutes, it triggered for a second opportunity to get into the trade. Okay, GA, there's the link for it. This list here. There's the link for it. I just put it in the room. Okay, I just put it right there. Yeah, GoGo's on the move, guys. It does have, it's 200%, but it's not going to show up here. I mean, I've really put a pretty strict filter at 500%. It's got to be 5 times normal option activity. Zach mentioned GoGo a little bit earlier, something about 14 call activity. I think he said that. All right, semi, CEMI. What do we have here? Looking left, 671 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, obviously, if you got in right now and it got anywhere close to 670, that'd be a nice percentage gain. But really what we're looking at is, can it ever really break out of here and then start to attack this whole area? Yeah, good point, Rodex here. Yeah, so CEMI is also right at its 200-day moving average. You see that green line right there. So it got right up to it, almost to the penny, just the penny above it. And now it's stalling. Okay, just looking at some of these ones that have been beaten up, see if they're looking at all bounce worthy. All right, well, semi looks like it, yeah, so it's trying to take out that 200-day. Pre-market, it got up to 682, so any news on them? So this is a virus play. Their virus test, NAB, European Union NOD. So I guess they've been approved in Europe. All right, MAC, MAC, wow, look at that alert there, 1406. 1406 for Mac, 1476 now. Look at the volume that came in. Now look at the room this has. My goodness, this is going to be watched for a few days. Anyway, look at the room this one has. MAC. This is its big day to break out of all this. Look at that on that weekly candle. Just look left. I mean, look at the room it's got. Is it working? Well, I haven't seen any. I had one this morning pre-market. Give me one that you think is halted. Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't always have halts. I mean, we've had a lot of activity in this window for the last couple of weeks, but, you know, sometimes there's just no halts. There are no halts. Look at IP. You know, this is the most frustrating stock for me, IPOF. I really thought this was going to be the day that it, you know, would forget this nonsense. Well, I know it's not a stock, but you know what I mean. It just doesn't want to hold its gains. It's just very very erratic. Look at this LXRX, man. You know, this is my personal huge miss for the day. Well, you know, I can't answer. I mean, some of them have ripped higher, but some, you know, just are really not too much. My my play on them is that I wouldn't be holding them. Maybe I'd hold maybe the day of, but then you just have to watch it the day of. I don't think they don't tank. They don't. But some of them have just ripped really higher after the merger. But what's the one? I mean, I can't think of the one that, you know, got almost up to about $40, and then afterwards it really collapsed. But I think the merger price was around 27. It got up to around 42. Oh, another big miss might be MAC. Sort of Canadian. Like he's got dual citizenship or something, but I'll claim him. All right, VTRS on the way down here. Viatris. What did they do? So it looks like this was an IPO back here. Not really that great. So I don't know if it's a big one, but WOOF today could be interesting. WOOF. So again, if you want to, excuse me, I'm not sure when it's going to open. All you have to do though is just put WOOF in our charts and then create a price alert. All right. Put a price alert, say at $1. And when it opens, if you've minimized your price alert window like I do, now here's my price alert window. So if you minimize it, when it opens, it'll pop up on your screen. So you won't miss it. What a massive move for this LXRX. You know, for me, the surprising part of it is that it's not a low float. To move 50% with 137 million in the float, that is impressive. And really, I did see this in the pre-market, but I thought, okay, they got FDA feedback, but I mean, this has just been straight up on the 15s. Yeah, this is one of Chamath's, isn't it? It's just not it's not the typical IPO and then letter of the alphabet. Well, let's take a look. How is this watch list doing? Especially, well, this one obviously is the massive star, 467, 592 now for I have to think that some of the cannabis plays are fading a bit. Could not sustain that action. Yeah, this is the one I really thought, okay, if it can stay up in this area, it just has not. ONCT just has not stayed in this area. Yeah, I saw that. I read that about him buying gold. I don't want to look at EH. Flippin' unbelievable. Another $11. Now it's I mean, good grief, this was $21, $20 stock. 1, 2, 3, 4, about a couple of weeks ago. What a move. Look at this 4-day move for EHang. Why? Low float. I mean, the volume is big, but it's not crazy big. But look at that float, 9.5 million in the float. Probably maybe a tough intraday trader, but man, oh man, what what an amazing run this has had. I talked about it 2 days ago and yesterday. Okay, just kind of waiting for the next unusual option activity to pop into that window, to that scan. Yesterday we had nothing until 11:30. I don't see any news from Maxar. 28%, $11. Wow. Yeah, at some point this is going to be a short, I guess. Yesterday I dabbled in trying to short one of these SPACs and took a little loss. I actually have glue on a thumbnail. Yeah, I've noticed it getting a little bit of action. One moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, NKLA has come right back. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one to get a handle on. You know, there's so much negative sentiment about it, but it's a tough one to get a handle on. Wow, yeah, look at this starting to move here. Kodak. Why? Who knows? Must be some kind of news out there. 2.3 million in this candle right here. Yeah, I just think there's, unfortunately for the NKLA, there's just that negative sentiment out there. And what is the market doing? So the market is still strong, no real downtick yet. Wow, okay, it's 10:30 already. So this is when I start my spiel, everybody. So first of all, if you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. And now I will put in my home page link. Lots of good information on my home page, which I'm going to go over right now. Welcome if you're old here, yes. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, here's what you'll see. A way in which you can take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4 Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Show you how much Trade Ideas cost. You just click on the Get Trade Ideas. Oops. So we have 4 plans basically. Premium standard on an annual basis. So the premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the main reason people take the our premium subscription is because they want to have access to the AI. I'm going to go over that in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118 or $228. And you can apply that 15% to the first month only, all right? So if you kept up a monthly subscription, then the second month it'd go to $118 or $228. Trade of the week. Sign up for the trade of the week. I'm going to put this graphic up. Give me a moment, please. All right. So the trade of the week, if you sign up for it, it gets delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning, approximately 30 to 45 minutes before. And so what you're seeing here is we said, okay, what if we went back and said, okay, just as the pandemic was starting, what if you took every trade of the week, invested $10,000 for the week, sold it at the end of the week, and did the same thing for next week's trade of the week. The only rule was that it would have to trigger on Monday or Tuesday. When you get the email, you'll see where this is, where there'll be a suggested entry price. That's what I mean by a trigger. So if it didn't hit that suggested entry price on Monday or Tuesday, then it was not included in these statistics. But if it did, what this is showing you that if you did do that, put $10,000 into each one of them, and then again, start with $10,000 the next week, this is what would have happened. This is up to date. I think this might be last week. Okay, so that $10,000 would have turned into about $28,000. So it's a free service, so sign up for it. I'll do a recap what's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can sign up for those here. All the scans that I'm sharing are here, more than what you can see on my screen. Educational links. So you click on, we've got a lot of educational links right here, including the 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can do it a lot more quickly, but I just want to put that link on its own. If you're new to Trade Ideas, I think that's a great, way in which to sort of get used to what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm going to click on that link. So it goes over what is a top list, how to build one, an alert window to create one. So all of the basic features of Trade Ideas easily explained right here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can, of course, click on that link. And again, you can see what our basic features are. We have a YouTube room at 12, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over. I monitor it between 9 and noon, and then back between 1 and 3. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today's Thursday, so today is Jamie. Okay, those of you know Jamie Hodge. He's been around with Trade Ideas for a long time, trader, trainer, etc. So you can go into that YouTube room when I'm on my break. It's more of a Q&A. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. They're all archived. More educational videos are here. And we created some ebooks right here. So a lot of information, clicking on my homepage link right there. Now I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Lots of good news for those of you with a TDA or an E-Trade account. Dylan, if you click on the link, my homepage link that is right above you. You just click on my homepage link, and it's right above you. And then just click on Get Trade of the Week delivered to your inbox, okay? Give me a moment here. So right above where you are, you see where it says, I have my homepage link right there. All right. We'll talk about the AI and what it does, what it's all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. When the market closes, the AI gets to work with an optimization routine to optimize those strategies. That's what happened last night once the market closed. Of the 50, these are the strategies that made the cut. Why they made the cut? Had the proper profit factor, win percentage combination, some other factors come into play. I always say it like this: I don't really care what strategies made the cut or from where they came. We have kind of three different segments of the AI. All I care about is, let me see them. Let me see the alerts that I get. So if this is what I do, from the toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. If you do that, this is the window that you'll see. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, and basically manage the trades as you see fit. If you incorporate this window as part of your layout, then you don't have to load it every morning. There are no alerts until at least 9:35. So if you load trade ideas, say at 9 o'clock, that window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Don't quite understand the question, Tom. Have you thought about including runner-ups? Oh, runner-ups? Oh, I see. You mean that what could have been the second tier? Yeah, I don't. It's a good idea, I guess. Sometimes he does say that he has a secondary play might be this, but we try to focus people on one trade. That's it. Okay, now I want to talk just a little bit about what Trade Ideas is as a program. It's a scanner first and foremost. And what you see here is a scan that I built. So if I look at the scan that I built, here are the filters that I'm using. And then if a stock meets these filter requirements and it hits either a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert when that happens. Okay, and I'm sharing this. Now, if you load this one, if you go to my homepage and you go to the scan section and you load this one, you can always make changes. If you don't like the price range I've got or anything else, you can adjust it. You can add your own filters. This is a template. This is what I use, but doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. Now, of course, you can build your own. If I right-click on an alert window, your own scans. You click on search. We have a lot of alerts and a lot of filters to pick from. All right, so we don't force you to learn a programming language. Hopefully we try to create enough alerts and filters that you can create most of the trading scenarios that you might want to develop. Okay, so we don't force you to learn a programming language. We link with many brokerage platforms. We have an external linking tool. What does linking do? It's a time saver. If you've established the link, then if you click on, say, your symbol, and you've established the link, then it's going to load into your order entry platform, and from there you can trade it. Okay, it's a time saver. That's all it is. So, people say, well, can I use Trade Ideas if I have ABC brokerage? You can use Trade Ideas with any brokerage. You don't have to establish linking. It's just a time saver. We're not a broker, okay? We're a scanner. Look at Mac. I've been talking about Mac. Look at these moves today. Now, we do have a special arrangement with Interactive Brokers so that you see this window here, and this is only available if you have our app, not from the web-based version. So from the toolbar, you see it says Brokerage Plus. So if you have Interactive Brokers, you can actually use this window right there to trade your account as opposed to trading it from within Interactive Brokers. I'm going to pop this video in that explains exactly how to do all that. Okay, the question was how to get the trade of the week. If you click on my subscriptions tab right there, save some time here, subscriptions tab right there, you see where it says my home page? Just click on my home page link, and then it's right here. Get the trade of the week, okay? Let me know if that worked for you. And that was for Ash and anybody else looking for the trade of the week. Okay, so why would you want to trade using this Brokerage Plus window? Why would you want to use it to trade if you had an Interactive Brokers account? Well, you can do things like once you again watch that video that I popped in, you can do things like, okay, I look at iClick, I check the chart, I say, yep, I want to trade it. I can go back and see where it says trade. You can set up your own buying and shorting options, how you want to trade it. We call this one-click trading. You can set all this up ahead of time, of course, and you just pick how you want to trade it. Okay, so that is a very, very, very simple to use once you've set it up. Now, here's of course, the big news is that we're very, very, very close. I'm hoping by next week that you'll be able, if you happen to have a TDA account or an E-Trade account, you'll be able to use Brokerage Plus. Do the same thing as I just demonstrated with Interactive Brokers. Okay, it's already in a development build that I have, and so it just has to, just make sure that it is working correctly. And I'm hoping next week it'll be available in a production build for everybody. Okay. Well, that's within your broker, Martin. Okay, that's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. The route. Well, I shouldn't say that. That is not true. That is not true. I thought there was a way in here. Well, certainly within your broker you can do it. I thought there was a way to do it here, but I've never changed that. All right. So, if you are new to trading, though, don't trade your live account. Practice, practice, practice. We have a simulator here. I've clicked on, this is what you're seeing here. This is a simulator. These are trades. These are simulated trades that I've held over. So you can use the simulator for swing trading practice. All right. It's real time. It's using our real time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real time data. Okay. So practice first before you. I know, people. If you're new to the market and you've just financed your trading your brokerage account, I know you want to get so eager to trade. Practice first, okay? And it's very simple to use. For instance, I'd like to demonstrate it this way to start. Let's take a look at say Mara as an example. Now that would have been a good example. What I'm trying to do is I want to show you how you can set up a pullback trade. In other words, stock's at a certain level and you would take the trade on a pullback. See something that's moving here. Let's just say you wanted, actually this is an AI alert too, okay? Let's just say you wanted to take this trade if it pulled back to 1246, okay? So you pick how many shares you want to trade, say 300. What did I say? I said 1246. So the actual alert price. So I put 1246 in both. You know what? I better do something that's on an AI trade. It might complicate it. So just give me a moment here. Okay, let's take semi. You want to take it at if it pulls back to 614. Okay, so hopefully you can see this line, this blue line that just showed up. So if it takes the trade, if semi goes back to 614, it'll take the trade. So this is how you can set up a conditional buy order, to a level that you will take it if it pulled back to that level. You could have also done it, if you said, I want to take this if it breaks the pre-market high, as an example. So you could have done the same thing. Just put 681 in these two and click the buy, and a line would have shown up. SKT guys from the AI is ripping now. So that's how you can set up a conditional buy. Now what I want to do is I want to take a trade right now to show you, how easy it is to do. Let's take this one, DSX, okay? Just to show you how you can do it. So let's say 300 shares of DSX. I'm going to go in at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread, so that's not an issue. So you see it took the trade, 236. Now, always talk about this. When you get into a trade, unfortunately not every trade is going to work for you. So you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade. And this is all established ahead of time. So, if you took this trade at 236 and you'd be looking at a chart and saying, okay, I want to get out, say, right here at 228 or whatever that, it's based on the chart, not just, well, I want to have a 10-cent stop every trade. So you have to know this ahead of time because this will determine how many shares you're going to take. Because we also emphasize that when you get into a trade, you should, again, prepare for the fact that it might go against you. So how much money are you willing to lose in that trade? And so let's just say if your account size dictated that you could, afford $100 to lose $100 a trade, so be it. Obviously, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, in this particular case, I want to make the math really easy. I'm in at 236. I want to put a stop at 226, which is pretty close to where you could do it. So I'm going to show you why I'm doing that. So I'm going to add the stop order, 226, and you'll see that it'll show up right on the chart, right there. So if DSX goes down to 226, it'll take me out for a $30 loss. So why did I do that at 226? I just wanted to make the math easy. 236 you're in, 226 is your stop. That's a 10-cent stop. If you could, if you determine that you can risk $100 a trade, in that case you could have taken 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares times your 10-cent stop equals $100. Okay, so get used to thinking like that. And you shouldn't be varying the amount you're going to risk dramatically. You're not going to risk $100 one trade, 200 the next, 300 the next, 50 the next. Try to keep it around the same. Don't get into revenge trading. You risk $100 the first trade, you lose. You get all upset. Think, well, I better make that back and more. So you risk 200 the next trade. You lose that one. Now you're down 300 and so on. If you are a person that says, yeah, okay, I agree with putting the stop in. I get it. I understand why it's important to put a stop. And yet you put your stop in and yet you just don't want to obey it. It starts to go down to 226 in this case. And you think, wow, maybe that stop was too tight. So you start moving your stop down and down and down. So now that $100 loss is turning into 150, turns into 200, 250, because you don't have the discipline to obey your stop. This will help. This takes all of the emotion out. You leave the stop there, it triggers, you're out of the trade, and you move on. Okay? Now, this can also be used like a trailing stop. Let's just say this trade really starts to work well. So I can start moving this up on the chart, right on the chart, to another area of where I would think, well, there's another support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. So you kind of use it like a trailing stop. Okay? Now these are hotkeys. So if I wanted to get out of DSX right now, I would just flatten. That gets me out of the trade. I can get out of half the trade, or I could double my trade. Okay, so these are hotkeys that we have. Okay, so that is, and again, we're hoping that I hope by next week you'll be able to use not just Interactive Brokers, but you'll see in the connected section, we've got TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, okay? And I'm hoping by next week you'll be able to use that, either one of those two, and also Interactive Brokers. Now, the allure, I suppose, of E-Trade and TDA is commission free. Look at SKT, guys. What a nice alert from the AI so far. 1246, almost straight up, even on the 2 minute, just one red candle. All right, guys, just give me a moment, please. All right. So I'm not in Navi anymore, but that still looks interesting. It was so far that's the only one from the moving higher with an unusually strong option activity so far today. All right, how is Romeo doing? RMO. Again, I'm gonna watch this one tomorrow, see if it takes this out. I was hoping maybe it would do it today, but I mean, just look at that void looking left. Look at SKT. This has been a great one from the AI. I say great one because there's been there was the alert at 1246 right here, so it based for just a little bit, but it's been even on a 2-minute chart. The only red candle was this, but even on a 2-minute chart, it's been really steady. 5-minute chart, of course, and of course the 15. Those are the sort of alerts you like. And the news on it reinstates cash dividend. So it's become a dividend stock again. Well, this is just not stopping here. So again, why is it also not? I mean, look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. I mean, the daily doesn't matter anymore. Look at the weekly chart. So if you look left, this is the year. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is, it's way up here at 1388. So in theory, no, I'm sorry, that is 1335. If I look here, that's 1335. And this is back in, it's earlier last year, February of last year. Now, I'm not saying that's big resistance or anything. I mean, the big resistance area would be up here. So just a great alert from the AI. Okay, so this one is just over the PSTI is just over the 200-day moving average. It's a decent day, but there it is, 887. So it's just below it now. That green line right there. And looking left, 996. So $10 is the next high looking left. Okay, Sorry, guys. Look at Navi continues. What a great alert here. I'm not in it anymore, but look at this. I mean, 11:33. If I only got 2 or 3 alerts a day from that window, probably wouldn't be a bad thing. Yesterday, I think we had about we didn't have any alerts until 11:30. It's this window here. I will share it with you. So only one alert so far today, and that's the Navi, N-A-V-I. Boy, SKT just nonstop from the AI. I mean, again, it's very impressive. And even like you expect a little more chop on a 2-minute chart, but there's this has been straight up. Now at some point, I'm sure William is going to want to short this, but at this point, this has just been straight up on the as an AI alert. Plenty of time to get in. Plenty of time. The alert was right here. Okay, it actually took a little dip. You can see right there, there's the blue arrow. There was the alert. So plenty of time to get in. For those of you who, I hate to use the word complain, but say, well, by the time I look at it, it's gone. I'm not saying that doesn't happen every now and then for a very, very fast moving stock. But I think a lot of people get very hung up on, I get an alert and it's already 3 cents away. Also, I think it had at least 4 upgrades today. INTC had 4 upgrades today that I saw. There are probably more. I get my upgrades from briefing.com. So Mustafa, are you talking about a new high for the day? It's not a time frame. It's a real-time alert. At 9:53 was the first time it was alerted. Well, okay, if that's what you mean by a time frame. It was alerted at 9:53. And the price was 11.33. So monthly. Okay, so we do have position and ranges. Surprised we don't have a monthly. I don't think we have. But anyway, these are our position and range filters that we do have. Okay, so 20 day. It's 20 trading days. Okay, so if you use this 20-day range, okay, add the filter, and if you put something like close to a new high. Okay, so if you put, say, 98, say a maximum here of 98 and a minimum of 95, that means it's going to be within 2 to 5% of the high in the 20-day, which is 1 month. Does that make sense? Well, weekly 5-day, so 5-day range, okay? So you can play around. Here are the ranges that we have. Okay. And so if you want it to be close but not over, put like a maximum of like 98% here and 95 here. So you'll find them very close to the highs. Okay? Unless everybody is saying that there's a big echo. How's my audio? I always do an audio check at the beginning, and you're the first to say a big echo. I'm not saying it's not happening, but how's my audio? Okay, so it's got to be on your end. It's got to be on your end, BM. So those of you with slight echoes, I see there's another person in the YouTube room saying it's got to be something on your end. Nothing that I'm doing any differently. Nothing that I can fix. Yeah, I mean, if you're, well, I should say, maybe it's not obvious, but I mean, if you're also following me in the YouTube room and this room, you're going to have to mute your mic on one of them. Otherwise, you will get an echo. I don't think that's the issue. I may be wrong. Yeah, so I am not an options player, SQ, okay? All I can say, we have option filters. So I'm not an options player, or I don't trade options at all. So for those of you who want to trade options, these are the filters that we do have. We do have the put call ratio. Options volume today is the average over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, obviously. Put and call volume today. This is the metric that I'm using for that moving higher with unusually strong options. So if I add that filter, I use that filter, and I put, say, 200% in here, that means a stock that, say, on average over the last 10 days has traded 2,000 contracts, it has to trade 4,000 today. 200% double, okay? So that's the extent of my option experience, okay? So that's why I created this one. And I really upped it. I said, okay, instead of, I want it to be 500% of normal, minimum 2,000 contracts, good, high relative volume also. So I'm not going to get very many alerts, in this window, but that's fine. What I want, hopefully I'm going to get really juicy ones. Okay? Okay, so that's how I use it. It just identifies stocks. It's just another way of identifying stocks that, hopefully can move, based on unusual option activity. So I'm not playing the options themselves. It's just another way of zeroing in on those sort of stocks that could really move. Boy, I mentioned this one earlier, VTRS. Look at this on the way down. All right, VEEV. Is it upcoming? Is it coming up? It's a little expensive for me, but PEC. Okay, so how to get to my homepage? If you click on the subscriptions link right there, or tab, and then here's my homepage. Click on my homepage link. Here are my scans. Click here. Options play magic. You'll get a lot more alerts out of this one. I've just taken that and I broke one of them out, and I made this very, very like tougher filters, higher filter value. So I'm not going to get very many. You don't have to do the same thing, of course, but it's just what I've done. Okay. Thoughts on Hall of Fame? Yeah, ugly. Those are my thoughts. Pretty ugly. I mean, look at this. I mean, it tried a few days ago, but it's just sort of stuck in this area. You know, obviously, if it can take out 225 at some point, it's got a shot. But right now, you know, so if I were you, I'd be putting a price alert around 225. See if it takes it out on volume, and then maybe it can start to fill in this void. Otherwise, I just think it's not worth looking at that much. GVP. Yeah, I mean, as usual, you know, I'm always a little worried about this, the $2 mark here. It's had a nice day, great day. Not a lot of volume. You know, 16 million in the flow, but it's not a lot of volume. I mean, for it today, 28 times normal, so it is maybe just starting to pick up. What do they do? I just have I just think there's some resistance right around that 2 level. That's okay. But was it you, Turco? I always get you guys mixed up. I know you're completely different, Turco and Torps. But was it you, Turco? Who was the one who said, "What about GNCA?" Later in the, yeah, because I think it was right around here. Look what it did. It wasn't you, so it must have been Torps. Wasn't you? Well, okay. Well, somebody else yesterday. You're in the room. You asked me what about GNCA, and I said, well, I mean, if it can take out this area right there, it's got a lot of room. And did it ever? No, it didn't hold. That was the problem. It didn't hold. It got all the way up to 350. It got all the way down after hours to 260. I mean, those are big. Oh no, it was you, Torps, yesterday. Yeah, yeah. Thought it was you. CPE. Kellen. I mean, here's another one. I mean, I remember when it had this run. It was an amazing run. I guess obviously it's a energy play. The same sort of thing. I mean, look left on that weekly chart right there, 1770, and what's the high right there, 1659. So, I mean, if it can clear somehow all that area, I mean, then, I mean, it's got a ton of room. What are you trying to post in the swing room? No, I prefer not. Okay, that don't take offense. So Woof is not opened yet. So one fix-it man. So you know how to you can choose the RSI that you want, and as an alert, you might want to try the running up. What is it called? Running up now. Okay, these are stocks that are running up, and you can designate or indicate how much that has to be, the minimum, as an example. And see what sort of alerts you get. Yeah, I see it. You know what? I'm probably more interested in Romeo. It probably won't be today, but I'm probably more interested in this Romeo going forward. I don't think it has. I mean, look, it got beaten up, but I think that was just super profit taking and all that. It what was the SPAC was RGA or I can't remember anymore what it was before it became Romeo. I don't know if it's been super negative press on it like the NKLA. This intrigues me though. I mean, look at this area. Timmy, you must be in where? Europe or somewhere? No, not Europe. It's not nighttime yet. But good night. Okay. Singapore. Okay. Well, as we say over here, pleasant dreams. I'm sure they say that over there too. España. Okay, guys. So what did the semi end up doing? 639. Wow, look at that. I mean, it really. I don't want to call it not an utter collapse, but in fact, though. Yeah. So remember, so see how that worked, guys. I put that in the simulator. I said, okay, let's take this on a pullback, semi on a pullback. So that's exactly what happened. It took the trade right there on the pullback to 614. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be, what time is it right now? 11:22. I'll be back about 5 minutes or so. All right, guys, I'm back. So, okay, so I see the SPY's, the SPY's been choppy. I mean, it looks like, yeah, another red candle starting to form, but the SPY has been very, very choppy, guys. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. Look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock it down. Buyers close it higher, close it up here. Same thing. I mean, all these bottoming tails, attempts by sellers to really, get some selling going, but the buyers are now have to wait and see what happens. This is 11:24, so it has 5 minutes to close. See if this remains a big, solid candle, or do the buyers take over again? But it's been pretty choppy. Wow. Look at this. Look at the volume that just came in. Okay, 4.27 million shares. It just came in and just popped this stock up. LXRX. Just one moment, please. So I mean, what a move! Look at the volume coming into this LXRX. I mean, again, it's a high float. Doesn't matter. High float. Well, yeah, it is a high float. 137 million in the float, but this doesn't matter. Now you would think, that this area right up here around that six. What's the high right there? 672, 654. Yeah, maybe that 650 to 670 level might stall it. It's not that far away from there. Yeah, there is news. Regulatory update on its, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but yes, there's the news for it. They got an FDA feedback. So there was, but look at the pre-market. I mean, yeah, there was a little bit of activity on it, but certainly nothing that looked like it was going to do this once the market opened. So, guys, I threw that. I made mention of this yesterday. Let me just get the. I'm going to post this in here. I'm going to put this in off topic, okay? Because we are looking for a support person. Okay, I've just put this, just put that in there. I'm going to put it in the YouTube feed. I have to break the message up though. Give me a moment, please. Okay, so yes, so we're looking for a support person. Just put this in the off topic, all right? And if you're interested at all, then send that information to Andy. Okay, Andy at trade-ideas.com. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's a full-time job though. I mean, so you have to, there'd be no way she could do it. I missed it. I missed it. What time was that? 11:25. Do I not have a sound alert on this? Even though this looked incredibly extended, LXRX, it showed. I don't know how I missed it. 601. And what did it get up to? 645. And that's from the unusual options. In theory, yeah. I mean, the higher that short float percent is, yes. Yeah, and you get some news that like that obviously for traders looking to pile into something with news, and they're piling into this one. I mean, I don't know how utterly fantastic this news is. Doesn't really matter what I think. You know, all that matters is what the market is, how the market's reacting right now. Yeah, I doubt if you're going to give up your full-time trading, though. Good morning, real though. Yeah. Doggone it. I don't know what I was doing at 11:25 that I missed this. Well, it's all remote. There's no there's no office. Everything is remote, Phil. We actually don't even have an office. We have, we have our server rooms and all that, but everybody works remotely. What is a word I can use that will not offend anybody? I'm so upset. Oh man. Well, I posted it right here. You have to have good, 3 years experience with trade ideas, with the program itself. AI and brokerage is a bonus. It's not 100% necessary, but it's a bonus. So, for instance, when people ask me, how do you do this? How do you do that? I mean, a lot of what I do is what our support people do all day long. They're not trading. Sometimes it's accounting issues, in which case, we show you how to go into our back office and all. And well, if you only did these two today, 1133 for the Navi, what are we now at 1194, and the LXRX 601, 671. Maybe that's all I'm going to do going forward. Well, they can't trade like I do, though. I mean, they still trade, absolutely, they still trade, but they're more swing trading. Okay, so they're not necessarily having to, be glued to a computer like I am. But absolutely, no, they're all traders. All right, guys. So it is 11:36. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and yes, Jamie will be in the our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I'll post the link so that you can get in there if that's what you want to do. I take a break between 12 and 12:30. Okay, so Sam, I'll just post you what I use. I'll try to answer that other question, see if I can answer it. It's just the IPO. There are many websites out there, but this is what I use. And it'll tell you what the symbol is. Okay? Why do some customized scans close the TI channels panel and other customized scans that I already have open? Boy, Gerald, I'm not. Okay, so I don't quite understand what you mean. You're okay. You're not talking about our channel bar at all, right? You're not talking anything about the channel bar. Remember, you can only have one layout loaded at a time, but I have to maybe try to understand a little bit better what your situation is. Well, you can only have, when you say it's customized scan, okay, you can only, the minute you click on a channel, any channel here, you will lose anything you have on your screen. You know, you can only have one channel open at a time. You can only have one layout open at a time. So if you're talking about that you have an alert window with your block trades, and then you click on a channel, yes, because you know it's treating that one alert like it's a layout. I guess not. I guess it is. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. I mean, you notice I don't go into the channel bar. The only time I go to the channel bar is maybe to demonstrate something, but you know, I have a layout that I use, and that's it. And if I want to, I rarely change it. Okay, I'm going to send you to the corner, Chris. So I don't know if I've actually answered your question. I mean, your block, yeah, it has no bearing on the filters you're using. If something is closing when and it's because you're, going to a channel and you're clicking on another channel, that's the reason. Boy, I'm not understanding. I have one scan open. Okay, but the scan is part of a layout, believe it or not. Even if it's only one scan, it is part, it'll be like a layout. Well, I mean, I'm just not understanding. I'm sorry. Why don't you just have a layout with that block trades, like create a layout with that in it? Okay, guys, I took the next one. Okay, you don't have to do the same thing, but I took the next one from that moving higher, and that was the ORBC. watch this one not be the one though. Look at LXRX. I mean, uh, well, all I can say is one big wow. So here, very early, 467, and that happened right at 9:45. And I had I had a delay on this on purpose. Nothing will happen here until 15 minutes after the market opens. Yeah, if you have a scan, yeah, I mean, you can duplicate the scan and save it, but should always save every win. Well, I'm afraid I'm not understanding exactly what's happening on your system. SOS, well, it was certainly active earlier. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, look at, you got up to 331. It's a pretty big percentage pullback. I mean, if you're looking to get back in, you have to wait and see if this is going to hold, if it finally flattens out, and then if it kind of flattens out, and then big volume comes back in to push it back up. So Wolf is taking its time to open. And again, just a tip, guys. You want to follow these IPOs as they open. Just put the symbol in the chart and then create a price alert. Put like $1. And then make sure, of course, you have your price alerts window. You have to make sure it's up and minimize it. Minimize it. And then when Wolf opens, it'll pop up on your screen. Well, it was in my pre-market activity. It was actually because I actually had it here. Pre-market actives. It was in mine. I don't know what you're using, but LXRX was in my pre-market activities. I've got these four. I'll try to answer your question, Gerald. These are the four from my homepage. From my homepage, these are the four scans that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. I use these four in the pre-market. And there's no question LXRX showed up in one of these. Now, but as I said before, there was no clue that LXRX was going to do what it did. I mentioned that. And it showed up because it did pop here, and then it pulled back. I thought, okay, I read the news. I thought, okay, how exciting could that be? Well, pretty exciting, I guess. Okay, so when you say if you create a new alert, are you talking about a new alert window? Okay, well, there's no point in creating an alert window without an alert. Otherwise, you might as well just have a topless window. Okay, I mean, that's the whole idea of having an alert window. What you've got here by creating one is using that old heartbeat, which is, I wish they got rid of it. It just updates it every 5 minutes. So there's no point in creating an alert window without having a trigger, some kind of an alert, a new high, a new low, whatever you want to pick. Okay? That makes sense? Well, there's no point in having the heartbeat anymore. I mean, I don't know why we have it. It was before we had topless windows, but you know, the topless window, I mean, updates every 30 seconds. No, there's no, I mean, if you, it doesn't, I mean, I still don't quite understand your problem. I mean, you create an alert window, and you know, when I create an alert window, I save the window to the cloud. I save every individual window to the cloud. I save my layout to the cloud. I mean, if you only have one alert window and that's all you're looking at, it's a pretty, it's a pretty bare layout. But I mean, you could save it to the cloud, give it a name, save it to the cloud. You know, file, save, or share to cloud. Give it a name. You know, you want to call it your block trade layout, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, Posh. Yeah, so unfortunately, Posh did not show up as a as a resume. Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's funny, Phalanx, because not most people are saying I don't have an echo, but just not sure. You know how I can. You know, you're telling me I should unhook every now and then, uncouple from my desk. What does that mean? Problem is, we could have 5, 6, 700 people at various times during the day. Everybody's computer is, is different. Not totally different, but you know what I mean. It's hard to have something that's going to work for every single situation out there. All right, guys, so I'm going to be taking my break in about 5 minutes. I want to put the YouTube link in case you do want to head over there while I'm on my break for my half hour. Jamie will be there for an hour between 12 and 1. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put this in here before I take my break. Okay, so let's see if that one, I doubt it's going to be as dynamic as the LXRX nor the Navi, but we'll see. All right, this one was flying high in the pre-market. NK, it is starting to, well, maybe it's going to bounce here. There's a pretty big bottoming tail there. Maybe it's going to bounce. Okay, LTBR was halted and it just opened. LTBR, haven't seen this one for a while. Light bridge. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. So what I want to do, I think he'd probably be there in a couple of minutes. Now I'm going to give this some time. The ORBC, I mean, it has a little bit of room. You know, I mean, 844. Now, if you get, well, I can take out that 844. You know, right there. Then it has a shot to the 9 level. It's just got to get through that 844. Okay, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm still here, but I'm going to get the announcement up and ready for when Jamie comes. You're right. This one is halted. What is it doing? Ooh, on the way down. Hopefully nobody's in this one. All right, I'm just waiting. I think Jamie is going to be showing up any second now. Yeah, Zach's been talking about Maxar all day long, MAXR. All right, I see you're streaming now, Jamie. Okay, I will stop my stream. Have fun. All right, I see you're streaming now, Jamie. Okay, I will stop my stream. Have fun.
Thank you kindly, Barry. And I do believe I have control now. So if someone could just use the chat panel, let me know that you can see and hear me, then we can proceed. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Somebody give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, thank you, Iris. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my desktop. It's time for the 1 hour support session for the next hour while Barry takes a break. What's our crowd like in here today? Let me take a look. Yeah, larger than normal, which is a good thing. So welcome to my desktop, everybody. Hello, hello. Thanks for the heads up there. Aya, Benham. All right, so what do we got going on in the bigger picture today? Just a little bit of upside action here. Not a lot to write home about. Looking at the volume levels on the SPY, 0.7, 0.83 on the Q. Kind of a sleepy day thus far. Lower time frame volume levels confirm this as well. But you never know what might happen. Holly pretty much treading water as well today. Let's see if I can find my pin here. There we go. Well, I hope everybody has had a nice profitable day thus far. So any questions that you have about anything TI related, just go ahead and use that questions panel to get them out there. I was noticing on this little top list here, we're starting to see the plus signs come back. And when we see the plus signs, that is indicative of a warrant. So like this AONE plus, we're seeing the warrants up here. It'll tell you what the exercise price is up at the top there. But just see the common, we just remove the plus sign. And then we can see, of course, these are all going to be SPACs, special acquisition companies. Kind of dried up for a while, and now they're back. Look at that little guy right there. So a lot of people have been seeking out the SPACs that haven't went or that have been exhibiting this type of chart pattern. Of course, calculating an acceptable risk in hopes of something like this occurring. And they've been occurring quite frequently as of late. Of course, you never know which one is going to do this, so you kind of have to spread the risk around, but so far, not a bad endeavor. Can't see the U-top of chart window. Okay. Is anybody else noticing that as well? Usually don't have any problems with my screen configuration here. So if I move it down like that, can you see the entire chart? But when I move it back up, you can't see the top of the chart. Benham? If anybody else sees that issue, let me know. It might just be related to your screen proportions or your resolution. Maybe. So when I move it down, you can see, but when I move it back up, it gets cut off. If that's the case, it might just be a factor of your screen resolution. You might have to tighten it, make it higher resolution to squeeze everything in. In the meantime, I'm just going to be scrolling through some charts here, but if you have any questions, by all means use the question panel to get them out there. Bloom Energy looking pretty good as it gets on up here to ATH, I do believe. Let's take a look at take a peek at the weekly here. Yep, not too shabby. AI has been very active trading this stock, as we can see all of the previous arrows here. Of course, this is the weekly chart. Go back out to the daily, we can see pretty active as far as the AI goes. And even today, calling a short play. Of course, that play not working so well. Yeah, well, if it's not resolution, I don't really know what it could be. If other people were reporting the same issue, then it would be an issue on my end. But right now, you seem to be the only one, Benham, that is getting that cutoff screen. And this window becoming quite a bit more active as of late. Looking at stocks hitting all-time highs. Futu, boy, what a nice breakout there many days ago. And that's quite an impressive number of green candles there. You might notice the different colors here. All that means is the green ones are the higher market caps. The blue ones are the medium market caps, and the yellow ones are the smaller market caps. 4 billion and higher for the large, between 2 and 4 for the blue, and 2 billion and below for the yellow guys. Yeah, I wish I had a better answer for you, Benham, there. Mike, always good to see you. I'm doing well. Hope you are as well. Been handing out some price alerts on Monday's webinar. Monday before last, they all did pretty good. I think we gleaned about 27 points at the peak on about 8 signals. Now we're taking a look at the ones that were handed out last Monday. A few more. They're not doing quite as spectacular, but not a bad point total. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 triggers thus far, accounting for about a little over 13 points. And the losers thus far are tiny. I think since these alerts started triggering after Monday, I think we did have one that was down a couple of points. I can't remember which one it was, but it seems to have recuperated. But not a bad little performance thus far, as we continue to just zigzag around here and go sideways in our new little range that's developed over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a little over a week here. Meandering sideways, 10 period not too far away, and I would expect that we will continue to do this till the volume picks up just a hair. And then who knows, might go test that little upside level, might go test the downside. But a little sideways consolidation is a good thing if we do have hopes of moving higher. Are these price triggered from Holly? Now, Bo, if you're talking about these trades here, this is the strategy trades all window, showing us all of the trades that the AI has produced today. And if we focus on the segment here, we can see exactly which module is producing the play. Because if you focus your attention over here, we've got Holly AI 1.0, 2.0, and Neo, 3 different modules. But this plotter will show all AI trades, assuming that we have it pointed to We can just tell it to show only one AI module if that's what we want to do, but the current setting I have for this one is so that I can see each and every AI trade that's generated in real time as it is issued. So all of these are AI trades here. And of course we can sort by time. So if we want to see the very first one out this morning, that was a little over 10 minutes into the open, and it was the RPay, which did not pay today. Matter of fact, it was a stop hit. Looks like the first 3 trades out of the chute today, relatively early, right in that 15-minute zone, didn't pan out too well. Interesting on the SPCE here. This is classic of a trade around. Got stopped out pretty quick. 8:45, exit time 8:48. So in the trade, we round that up to 2 minutes. Got the buy signal here, got the nasty wick, and look how that stock reacted right at that wick. It just got rejected, shot right back up. Big long tailing wick down through the stop area. A lot of the times once we see the AI get stopped out that quick, if we see a reaction like this, and let's just go ahead and put it on 5 minutes, get a little bit more of a detailed look. So we can now see the individual 5-minute bar. As soon as we snap back up, got that close, got the open of this bar, that's a pretty good tell. All right. Anybody that's been in the chair for 6, 8 months, a year, whatever, you've probably had this happen to you. You were right on the trade, the timing was just a little bit off. So when you see the AI getting stopped out, it's always a good idea to see how the stock reacts around that stop area, because as it did in this case, it acted more as a pivot area. All right, AI got stopped out. We got a nice wick below, nice open here. Could have easily made an entry, gotten a better price than the AI as soon as this bar opened, and then use that wick as our new stop loss. It's what we call a trade around. Yeah, Mike, I had there's a map you can pull up about outages, power outages across the United States, and I was noticing all the outages that had occurred in your neck of the woods, but glad you got the power back on. Don't know if you got a backup generator or not. I've been thinking about getting one of those myself. So the AI relatively quiet. Last trade coming out approximately about 40 minutes ago. 10:30 Central Standard Time. Oh, what a blast from the past. Good old Dell. Up slightly. Meandering sideways. And Dell just popped some ATH not too long ago, but has since backed off a smidge. Resting, much like the overall markets. A little sideways action, but not too bad for an antique stock. Does the AI give consolidated performance of all trades triggered for the day? And I believe the answer is a yes. So notice the window that I just pulled over here, Bo. This is the strategy panel. So whereas this is showing all the individual trades and the exact times and which strategy and which AI module produced them, this is the strategy panel. So these are all the strategies that the AI came to the party with for this trading session. And you can see we've got quite a few strategies, a nice mix of longs and shorts. And just because a strategy shows up and makes the cut after all the analysis is done does not necessarily mean it's going to produce a trade. So I just sorted by trades today, and we can see pullback long has produced 2 trades. It came into the session with percentages of 58.3% from a statistical standpoint and is outperforming its statistical weight there. So it's produced 2 and it's won both of those, so it's performing or overperforming at 100% today. Whereas these guys have produced 2 and 1 trades respectively, lost both of these, lost this one, so that's why you're seeing zero performance on these guys, and 50-50 with strong stock pulling back and a VWAP bounce. But getting back to your point here, consolidated performance. Notice I can shift risk modes over here. I can go from moderate to aggressive and back to conservative again. So there are 3 risk modes that we keep track of. And yes, these are consolidated performance numbers for each risk mode respectively. And just a little word about the 3 risk modes. Conservative profit, the reason the AI will exit a trade, and we can focus right up here on conservative profit, either in dollar or percentage gains. And over here we can see the reason why the AI exited in conservative mode, of which there are 5 reasons why the AI will exit in conservative mode. So the 3 primary exit reasons are either a profit target gets hit, such as the case with SKT, stop loss gets hit, or the timed hold expires. And we can reference the time stop column from the strategy tab or the strategy window here, and we can see the time stop for each strategy. So these are all geared to hold either to the close or slightly before the close. 2:45 Central Standard Time, 15 minutes before the close. These are all Central Standard Time since the market closes at 3 o'clock in my time zone. Okay, so the primary reasons: stop hit, target hit, or the timed hold has expired. Then there are 2 audibles in conservative mode. One of them is profit save, which we can see here, the Delta trade. The AI purchased it here. We were in the money nicely, and then it exited somewhere right about here. The shaded area that you're seeing right here is the time that the AI spent in the trade in conservative mode. So basically, as far as profit save goes, it's kind of like a modified trailing stop. In other words, as soon as the position stops moving in the direction that we hope it does, if it starts going sideways a little bit, that's when the AI is likely to pull the plug early, using one of its, what I like to refer to as audibles, profit save. And the other one, which is not present today, would be a reduce risk. Okay, so you got the 3 primary factors in conservative mode: stop loss, profit target, or timed hold, and then either a profit save or a reduced risk. So if we focus back on the conservative level here, after all 14 trades have been calculated, if we're using $100 per trade as risk, which is what I have mine set on, and to get to that area we can go Tools, Options, go to AI Trade Size, and you can see mine is set up to risk $100 per trade, and then the system will size me accordingly as far as the number of shares. For each stop loss, it'll calculate the number of shares if you only want to risk 100. That's why you can see here on my stop hits, I'm right about $100. 13 cents over, slightly under, but it's right about $100 on my stop hits here. Now, so with all the trades combined, down about $60, risking $100 per trade. So down slightly. Of course, this does not include commissions or slippage. Now, if we go to moderate, we're down more than we were because we're taking more risk than we would be in conservative mode. And whereas conservative mode has 5 reasons why the AI will exit, in moderate mode, all that's put in place is a stop loss. And if the stop loss does not get hit, then it's assuming holding until the close or whenever you decide to get out of it. But right now in moderate mode, if we're risking 100 per trade, obviously we would not be in the stocks that got stopped out. We'd be left in these because it does not use the other conservative exit reasons. And we'd be sitting about $200 in the hole, not including slippage or commission. Now when we look at the last option here, aggressive profit. Okay, so all that aggressive mode means is we're putting the trade on and then we're seeing what happens. We're not using any stop losses. Okay, we're just letting everything do its thing. Thus the term aggressive. No stops. Okay, So this is definitely deep end of the pool stuff. You know, what else can I say about aggressive? It just puts the trade on, and then you hold it, and you exit when you feel it's appropriate. But the interesting thing here, there's been a lot of shakeouts. Okay, so if we're just holding all of these positions, we're up. We're up about 219 bucks. Once again, this does not factor in commission or slippage. And we could sort over here by aggressive profit, and we can see if we would have held SKT, look what it did after we got through the stop area, or the profit target got hit right here, and then it just kept on chugging. So it's still up slightly from that stop area, or that, profit target area. Kicking out about a little over 5% currently. So definitely more risk, but today you would have been rewarded for taking more risk on the whole blotter. So, Bo, I hope that kind of illuminates the consolidated performance. You can view every mode every day, and it is a sum of all the trades in that respective risk mode. Yeah, you're right, one fix-it man. Commissions, rake fees, and ADR fees. I guess we could call the SEC fee the rake fee because, right now in a $0 commission environment, E-Trade, Ameritrade, Tastytrade, sure, you don't pay a commission, but every time you sell a stock, regardless of whether you made money on it or not, the SEC is going to take their little bit. SEC fee, no avoidance on that, which is definitely what I would call a rake. All right, Bo, very good. Yeah, and depending on, what happens in the political arena, they're always trying to ratchet up that SEC fee and get a little bit more. So, it seems regardless of the fee structure, zero commission. Pay a commission. SEC fees, ADR fees. There's always fees. All right, let me see if I missed anybody's. Nope. Haven't missed any questions. That's right. And then, to your point, Fix It Man, hey, let's say we spotted a good short sell and you go to short that stock and you're like, oop, rejected, hard to borrow. Oh, but guess what? We can quote unquote locate that for you for a fee. It's not shortable right now, but if you pay us some money, yeah, you can go ahead and short it. So yeah, it's just fee central. Reminds me of the Beatles song, The Tax Man. Boy, it is quiet out there right now. Very quiet. Can you discuss some of the run-up alerts and which ones work faster than the others? By all means. Let me just duplicate this window here. So just to preface this topic, the smallest time frame that we scan and collect data on currently and for a very long time and probably the unforeseeable future is the 1 minute time frame. So when it comes to speed of alerts, sure, on this one I've got new high, so obviously it has to be a new high, but on top of that all the filters have to be met as well in the all or none capacity. Now if I wanted the fastest reporting, I'd want a filter set that was always being met, pretty much. So, To demonstrate that, we're just going to start this window from scratch. And we'll go, I think what you were referring to earlier are the running up alerts. So we've got several different versions of these alerts. Running up now and running down now are going to be the fastest. They're going to be focusing on the 1 minute time frame. And running up now is just going to be looking at rapid bid movement to the upside, whereas running down now, rapid bid movement to the downside. So very fast 1 minute action where the bid gets punched down or runs up. So if I add this alert, and for even more information, and this quality column applies to the specific alert. So if we add a quality column, it's always going to give us the exact value of the alert that's generating the trade. So you can see with no filters, I'm getting a lot of hits here, a lot of rapid bid movement. Now you might see 3 cents. Who cares about a rapid bid movement of 3 cents? Actually, it's moving a little too fast to even make any sense of right now. So if we just chunk on a little bit of filtering here and just do some really generic stuff like, okay, 10 to 50, we'll weed out the ETFs by saying they have to make or lose money, which ETFs do not do. And they'll throw some generic volume stuff on here as well. Okay, over the past 5 days, had to do 1 million. Slow that stream down just a hair. So now we're going to be seeing fairly liquid stocks. Notice all of a sudden, this window's a lot sleepier. VOX did just run up 17 cents. Of course, that's in a 1 minute time frame. My eyes are going to like bleed here. I'm not used to watching 1 minute candles, but I'll pull it up just for reference. And we're looking at the last 1 minute candle. Oh, FUV, the trade of the week, last week's trade of the week, which has done quite well. Let's see, just for posterity here. Yeah, trade of the week right here. Boom, boom, boom. Nice little run. In any case, we can see FUV, it had just run up 10 cents in this 1 minute candle here. Now, since we're looking at fairly liquid stocks, we're not seeing huge values over there. If I went in here and I dropped the volume level to 100,000 and not having to wait, well, didn't have to wait very long for some things to come streaming through here. FMTX, 13 cents. So you're going to get a lot more hits. You're going to get a lot more crazier moves. But if you're only looking for large moves, you could always come in here and mandate the minimum upside move. Like, unless it's more than 15 cents, I only want to see it. So the last one that moved up that amount was FGen, 31 cents in that 1 minute candle. CD, you know, accordingly, but you will not see anything below 15 cents. And then the same thing applies to the downside version of that as well. Any knowledge of options? Well, I do have knowledge of options, Jason. I can't say I'm the most active or proficient options trader. But as far as the option filter offerings that we have in the product, if we pop back into configure, go to the search tab and just type in the keyword here, then boom, you're going to get all of our available options for filters. So just pretty generic stuff here. I do believe I have a top list that's looking at all of those factors. So here's a top list with some generic filtering. Just trying to keep the super thin stuff out. Stocks between 5 and 150, 500,000 shares on the 5-day. And instead of using minimums and maximums in those filter options, I've just displayed them all as columns, right? So if we wanted to sort this list, options volume contracts or percent, this is one of my favorites over here, percent options volume today, and this is combining put and call activity. Now, this is a percentage filter, so if we see a value of 100, that just means normal options volume for that particular stock. But look, we're seeing even way at the bottom here, 420, which is 4 times options volume in SRAC today. Look at the Orgo guy at the top here. For some reason, massive options volume in ORGO today. Don't know exactly what the news was, but we had a big gap up as well. Flip back to the 15-minute. So a nice gap up, and it seems to be holding it thus far. Like I said, I don't know what's going on, but all I know is we've got massive options volume. That's a huge number there. Even these guys are doing crazy options volume. Navi, ITI. So a good way to find the things that are doing crazy options volume. And then if you want to segregate by, hey, how many put contracts are going on there? How many call contracts? So forth and so on. You can split them up here. Puts, calls. So on Orgo, yeah, there's some puts being traded, but a lot more calls. Of course, people would say, well, there's more call options. Doesn't that mean it's going to go up? Not necessarily, because someone's selling those call options as well. I thought you could filter out the ETF by putting 1 in for min on float. Well, let's check that out. Let's pull up an ETF here. And I guess this one did a reverse split not too long ago. This is the inverse 3X ETF for the SPY. And it was not at these levels, so they did some type of reverse split. But if I pull my single stock window over here, you will notice the float field is blank. Now, yeah, if there's no data in there, then that would work in the same capacity. But as far as the ETF, the way I like to do it as far as blocking out the ETFs is by using the earnings filter. And just saying, you know what, the stock has to make or lose something, and that will also weed out the ETFs. So if you say you either have to make or lose money, that's also going to weed out the ETFs. And sure, I can drop this this window into the chat panel in case anybody wants to have a go at it. So there's the cloud link for the options radar. All right, Jason, sorry, the question is regarding selling an option before expiration. Well, that is a technique. Let's say stock XYZ. Well, let's just use a stock from this list here. Let's just pick one. Okay, Eric. All right, Eric's doing high options volume today. Eric is currently at 1180. So let's say before the day is out, Eric takes a little run back up to close to highs. In other words, it has the chance potentially to close close to 12 bucks a share. So obviously we can't see options chains and all that good stuff right here. That's more of a broker-dealer function. But let's say you think that, and let's say that those calls are expiring relatively soon. Maybe there's a week left on them or a day, who knows. But assuming they're still trading with some premium, you could sell those 12 calls in a naked sense. Okay, I'm going to sell these calls, and if that stock does not go above 12 before those calls expire, you get to keep that premium. If it does go through 12, well, then you'll probably get exercised and assume some type of loss. But yeah, there's a myriad of different trading strategies, covered calls, naked calls. Hey, I think the stock's going to go down, so I'm going to buy the puts, or I think the stock's going to go down, so I'm going to sell the calls. Now, Jason, I don't know if you're following Sean McLaughlin, one of our teammates here at Trade Ideas on Twitter, If not, he is at Chicago Sean on Twitter. He does a lot of options trading. He also curates all the AI plays and then picks out the ones that he thinks have the most potential to be swing trade candidates. So you could probably get some really good options info out of Sean if you start following him on Twitter. At Chicago Sean, and Sean is spelled S-E-A-N. I see your other question. If you have a call option and sell before expiration, are you now the seller of the options? Should you be on the hook? If you have a call option and sell, well, let's say you purchased a call option. Okay, let's say stock XYZ was hovering just below 10, so you bought the 10 option. Okay, the strike price of 10, which is out of the money at the time. But if stock XYZ did go through 10 and keep on cruising, then once that option is in the money, once it's past your strike price, depending on how much time is left on the contract, if you have some time left, a lot of the times you'll get dollar for dollar action once your call is in the money or once your put is in the money. But if you just bought a call hoping that the stock's going to go up, and then you realized, well, it's not going to go up, I'm going to go ahead and sell this call option and take my loss, you're not on the hook because you own the call option, then you sold the call option, kind of like the way you would do a stock. The only time you're going to be on the hook is if you're what we call naked. You sell a call option without any underlying stock to hedge that position or another put to offset the move. Well, then yeah, you could get exercised on that, and then you'd have to deliver the stock. How do I set an alert for stocks hitting VWAP? And can you talk about some filters for catching reversals? How do I set an alert for stocks hitting VWAP? And can you talk about some filters catching reversals? Sure. Well, first off, we'd have to kind of figure out what kind of VWAP alert are you looking for here, because we've got alerts and filters for VWAP. One of my favorites is, and this kind of ties into the second part of your question about reversals, right? So we can use the crossed above VWAP alerts, and that's going to show you when the stock is actually crossing above the VWAP. And then we've got these positive and negative VWAP divergences, right? So one of my favorites is the positive and negative VWAP divergence. So if we tack this guy on, then the volume weighted average price, for example, this is a good time to use a little anchor. So we're going to anchor today's activity, and I'll just take Eric here for example. So here's the first 15-minute candle today. I don't have volume weighted average price on here, but if I click the anchor and I anchor to the first candle for today, now you get the purple line. This purple line is the volume weighted average price of all the stock that's traded today. Okay, so well above it for most of the day. As it was coming down here, before the rest of this happened, you're thinking to yourself, okay, are we going to hold VWAP, or is it going to go right through it? In this case, it got weak, it pushed through VWAP. Okay, but as you see all these other stocks coming through, RNLX, it's currently 7% above VWAP today. So tying back into your second part of the question, a lot of the times when stocks get to a certain VWAP level as far as the divergence goes, a lot of the times that's a good indicator that they might take a little pullback here. GME is setting up on the 15-minute like it might want to pull back a little bit. You got this topping wick on the prior 15-minute candle. Let's anchor the VWAP. Well, it did it automatically for me. I don't know if I got the right bar there. Try that again. Click on my anchor. Anchor it here. Okay, so this is going to be my area of interest. Potentially, if we continue to have selling, this might be a good point to pay attention to. So it's up 6-7% above VWAP, and kind of circling back around here, a lot of the times 3 is the magic number, but you have ones that go higher. And the higher the VWAP divergence, the more likely that that thing is going to take a little pullback. Of course, there are no guarantees, but it's the rubber band getting stretched up, up, up. Eventually, it's going to run out of elasticity, but you never know how long that's going to take. Could be 15 minutes, could be an hour, could be a day, right? You just never know. You just have to manage your risk accordingly. But if we continue to have selling in GME at this current VWAP level, or excuse me, divergence level, then a pullback to this purple line might make sense. I also like the fact that my 10-period fast line is converging with that anchored VWAP line for today. So to find stocks that might pull back, and I think you said pullback, not bounce. Okay, reversals, yeah. So reversal off the top, same thing applies to a reversal off the bottom. So let's just take this window, do the old flipperoo, which it's only going to flip what it can, and none of the filters are flippable, I don't think, but let me make sure. Nope. Okay. So all it did is attach the VWAP divergence to the downside, and we can always go in there and state a minimum. Okay. So now NK slowly selling off. Okay. Currently showing me it's deviated 6% from the VWAP. So let's anchor this one. Okay. VWAP's up here. It's 6% below it. Where might it bounce? Don't know just yet. I mean, we got a nice little gap here to contend with. And we're currently at 1781, so you never know. I mean, this thing could take a little excursion. But if it were to bounce back up, that'd be a nice place to short it again. But if you were watching NK from the open and you see it just, of course, we didn't have these bars to consult, but that is a really nice indicator there. Just hugging that VWAP line. As soon as it starts to get away from it, that's when we get the divergence. And the further away they diverge, the more likely they are to snap back. So if we were trying to pick a good spot to go long, we're getting a couple of green candles here, but if it did find some legs to the upside, this would be the key level right here. And of course, if we wanted to find more severe sell-offs, we can just go ahead and amp this up. Okay, show me ones that are 6% away from the VWAP. Of course, that one was already there. Let's take a peek at what else would have been triggered today. Mara. See, once we break away from that anchored VWAP, can you share the VWAP scanner? Sure. Now this is simple, super simple configuration right here. Just VWAP, no minimum, and some very, very generic filters. I tell you what, let's have a better name than Edit Me though. We'll just call it VWAP Diverge Upside. That's odd. Tell you what, we'll put a little bit of spice on here. We'll say at least 3%. Otherwise, what's the point? All right, that is in there. Speaking of reversals, there's probably going to be a lot more reversing off the top in these market conditions. It's a nice upward movement there. Flexion. All right, incoming question. I'd like to point out that if each person creates a strategy and concentrates on it, they will do well. If you jump from strategy to strategy, it's much harder. Couldn't have said it better myself. You know, with all of the functionality that's available in Trade Ideas, which any of you that have been using the system for a month or longer know there's just so many different things to do within Trade Ideas, but everybody's got their own specific niche, right? Everybody's looking for their own specific animal, so to speak, in the market, right? And the animal would be the chart pattern. And once we get our windows dialed in, I'd say, most people out there use a very small percentage of the system resources. So yes, once you find your niche and you have your windows, that's what it's all about. Well, 3% isn't necessarily the magic number, but for anything to get my interest, I'd like it to be at least the 3% away to the upside or the downside from the VWAP, because that means there's going to be potential there for a snapback to the upside or the downside. The higher that VWAP divergence number is, if you set a minimum of 3, then you're going to have 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s coming through, as well. It just depends on, okay, it needs to at least have this much potential snap back to the VWAP. And that's just the number that I like to use. Some people might prefer 5, 6, 7, 8, Of course, 3 is a magic number. My brain is snapping back to, those Saturday mornings, eating cereal, watching Saturday morning cartoons, and Schoolhouse Rock comes on. And I do believe that was one of the songs. And Iris, on the VWAP scanner, it's such a simple scanner. The only reason you would need to change anything about it is if you personally would like to, filter for less liquid stocks, more liquid stocks, or you want to take that VWAP number higher than 3. And I've done quite a bit of back testing on the, speaking of, that brings up a good topic. And I think I just crushed that window, but I think I can reclaim the cloud link here, and I will illustrate if I can. Nope. Oh well, we'll just we'll reflip this one. Okay, so what we're going to do first is we're just going to leave it without anything in here. And then we're going to run a little back test experiment here. And we'll just say, okay, starting 30 minutes after the open, if we short these things and hold them for an hour, what would happen? Not even going to bother using any risk stop losses or anything. I just want to see what it tells me. And we're going to short these guys. Right, one fix it. Yes, you can short in an IRA using an inverse ETF. That is correct. Okay, so, nothing to write home about here. Certainly no green, but a decent win rate of over 50%. Okay, and that is shorting on a VWAP 15 minutes into the open with nothing in the minimum field here. Now, what if I say, okay, it has to at least be 3% above VWAP? Does that give me better results? So nothing in the VWAP box, we get 52.9%. And we don't even get that much of an improvement. I think I'm probably starting this one a little too early because you have to give things time to make that run. So if we go over here to time of day, all right, that's some interesting info there. Let's just retool this and go, okay. Bunch of noise right here. Bunch of noise. Okay, but once things have time to run, then we get little patches of green here. Okay, so we're going to say start 9:55, end 10:55. It's taking its time. I figured with less trades it'd be faster, but lo and behold, it is not. Anyway, that's going to give us a little bit more specific time frame, and then we'll mess around with the VWAP levels once it's complete. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, and to your point there, Iris, when they're running up like that, they all look ripe for the shorting. It's just the $1 million question is, are they done going up or are they done going down? Yeah, the hamsters, Mike, they were spinning quickly on the large scan, and on the smaller scan, maybe there's a different hamster. He's like, hey, small data set hamster, it's your turn. He's a little bit out of shape. Okay, so once again, nothing to write home about. We got a win rate of 46.3%, and we are requesting 3%. Okay, if we double that, do we have any hope? And of course, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. And you know what I did? I hit the wrong direction on that prior scan. Okay, hello. If Jamie's brain was working properly, he would have realized that right off the bat. Okay, so we're going to go back to 3, and this was a short. I thought that looked a little odd. Okay, so instead of hitting buy, which is not what I wanted to do, we have to hit sell. Kern just got smashed. Let's see. Yep, Kern's getting smashed. Let's anchor that VWAP. Boom. Okay, so shorting ones that are up 3% in that time zone, 53.1%. If we crank this up to 5, let's go 6. Doesn't matter. Basically, we're looking at rubber bands that have been stretched a lot further. They might still have a little give in there, but they're the ones more likely to snap back. Okay, so 53% here. We crank that rubber band up to 6. We do have better odds of winning. Now, still not a strategy I would just, blindly embrace because we're not using any risk management. But if we keep cranking it up, do the numbers keep getting better? And if so, if you're a reversal, keep in mind these convergence to the mean type trades, which are what these are, they look real nice in retrospect. But they're not the easiest to trade in real time. So if we crank this up to 9, does the scan look any more promising? Yeah, this little window right here is going to be showing you also stocks that are getting beat down with decent volume. Okay, so we're kind of hitting a brick wall here. Not a brick wall, but we're going up very incrementally here. And of course, there aren't that many stocks out there going up or diverging at 9% from the VWAP. You can see here, only 78 trades have done that, and that is over a 40 trading day period. So over 40 days, there were only 78 stocks that diverged at least 9% or higher from their VWAP, and they're not all pulling back, for that short time frame. Now, of course, we do have a relatively short hold time. What if we held them to the close? Would that make any difference? Or if we were swinging these, would it work? Okay, interesting. All I did there is now we're looking at VWAP divergences to the upside of 9%, and then we're shorting those things and we're holding them until the close. What a different picture. Not only, we still got the same trade count, got a pretty good winning percentage here, and we've got a spread between winner and loser, and not a bad look on the daily, right? Can't really optimize anymore with this number of trades, or you end up with nothing. But 78, that's about, on average, not quite 2 trades a day. That's a manageable trade count. And of course, on some days, you're not going to have anything. Somebody's saying that gold's taking a pop. What's going on? Let's take a peek. That's certainly a significant 15-minute bar on gold. 173.24. Not that huge of a move, but here's the bigger picture. You got to put a lot of oomph in to get out of this little area. But hey, something, I mean, if it's happening to gold, it's probably going to happen to silver, all the other metals, but interesting nonetheless. Could have something to do with the fact that the US dollar is quickly eroding at an all-time rate. I'm not sure what you mean there, Iris. Do you need to change it? Well, you can change it. Do you need to change it? Is up to you. I mean, are you wanting this scan right here? Is that what you mean by do you need to change it? Because the one I dropped in there was just the basic little, hey, here's a 3% VWAP to the upside divergence. And all I did on this one is crank the VWAP divergence from 3 to 9. That's all I did, change the 3 to a 9. But keep in mind, you can have 3 different versions of this window. Show me 3, show me 6, show me 9. That's one way to do it. Right, but we were back testing. I wasn't necessarily changing. The only factor I was changing in the configuration was showing you guys that when I would amp this up, the odds would get better, right? Do a little time check here. All right, so we got about 4 minutes. So now with this guy, if we're back testing and holding until the close, we're getting this data set here, which is a far cry from where I started with, no green on the screen. Now, if we were to swing these, I'll just say instead of doing an all-day hold, we said, you know what, get me out tomorrow at the open. And it kind of falls apart, which tells me holding one night, no good. But we could try it for multiple day holds. But I really like the fact that if we're only holding for an intraday period, it seems to produce. Always a pleasure, Mike. Yeah, and Fix It Man, that is also a very effective technique depending on how many signals you might have coming through that window. So once again, just an intraday hold. Winning days, losing days, not looking too shabby. And of course, the last test would be, hey, what if we did apply some risk management? And we said, well, we can see what our average loser there is in dollar amount. So if we just used a constant dollar amount, it'd probably look similar. Win rate would go down a hair. You know, another word about these is they're going to be some of the fiercest trades that you would put on, because if you miss the bottom by a little bit or miss the top a little bit, they could go considerably further. So, you know, running with no stops is just like aggressive mode in the AI. More risk, more reward. As soon as you go taking less risk, the numbers don't look so juicy. And that's just about the way it goes with any strategy that we optimize. All right, let me see if Mr. Barry has returned to his place yet. All right. Any other questions while we're waiting for Barry to get back? Just go ahead and throw them out there. Oh, Barry says he is going to start streaming now. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for letting me ramble for an hour. Glad to have been here. Hope everybody's having a good day, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
Well, 3 weeks, basically almost cut in half. Wow. All right, guys, I just want to, can you guys in the YouTube, in our YouTube room, can you hear me? You see me? Okay, Jamie. So you can vamoose if you want. So a good strategy for account building. I think most people, you know, obviously you get the right swing trades. Day trading is, you know, I like day trading. It's that simple. I'm sort of emotionally fit for it. I mean, I do swing you know, a few stocks, but I think the actual channel that we have called Account Builder, yeah, I mean, it's looking for stocks that are kind of low that may be coming back. All right, so you guys can hear me. Okay, just in time for me to leave you so I can do my video. And if you want to subscribe to the video that I do, all right, yeah, if you just click on my homepage link right there, and there's the recap video right there, so you can subscribe to it, and usually you'll get it around 2 hours or so after I finish. I don't know if I mean, they don't concentrate necessarily on one specific topic, Zero. I mean, in terms of swing trade, you can ask about swing trades. I don't know who's doing the webinar tonight, maybe Jamie or Andy. They're more swing traders than I am, but you can certainly ask some questions. All right, so doing my video. All right, guys, so we'll see you. Should be sooner than 125, but I always say that just in case I have some technical issues getting the video up and running. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, that ORBC getting me interested again. I know it's not at a high, but it's at the market. The market is starting to move down now after that nice big green candle. We got a couple of red candles here. Yeah, we don't have EMAs, only SMAs. So you can find stocks that are close. Well, I mean, again, we don't have EMAs, but we can find stocks that are close to the. I think we have the 20. I'm sure we do. Oops. Yeah. So the change in the 20-day. So if you want to find stocks that are close to the 20-day moving average. Again, this is SMA, not EMA. If you have to have EMA, you're out of luck. Sorry. But that would be the filter that you would use. And you could put something like literally, bracket this with the min and the max. Second here. I'm sorry, I had the change. It's this one, the change in the 20-day SMA, okay? So just use the min and the max, and you can bracket it so that you'll find stocks that are very close to the 20 SMA. Wow, NKLA, it surprised me. I got to admit, it did surprise me. Strong move now, NKLA. Okay, guys, I'm just looking here. Okay, ALDX, just as I was completing my video, TCCO, that popped up on some volume. Wow, forgot about this one. Last month, this hit, 1373 or so. Nice. Well, I'm assuming you're out of it now. Nice, Tony. What offset did you use? Okay, here's a Red Ball Acquisition Corporation. Okay, here's another SPAC on the move. Look at this move here. Look at the volume coming in. SPAC, SPAC, SPAC. Well, I was getting tired of them. Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, the TCCO. I can't remember exactly why I did this last week or 2 weeks ago. I. You hear my frustration. I missed out on the RBAC, 1146. Thanks, Sam. No, no, it's okay. I'm not mad. There's a difference between being mad and frustrated. Now this is halted. Wow, what an alert, guys. What an alert. 1146, it's halted. Now, typically the first halt is going to be okay. Well, let's see. Let's see what it's going to open at. No clue yet. No, I can't see what the bid ask is yet. Excuse me. So there's got to be a law here. I mean, I forgot. I actually did take the Navi. I missed out on the LXRX. I took this one, and this one did not do anything. And then I missed this one. So I missed these two. I didn't hang around long enough for the Navi. I'm just showing it to you right there. The moving higher with unusual, I know I put that in before. Moving higher with unusually strong option activity. This is just the repeating version of it. It's okay, Sam. Relax. It's okay. This is not the only stock ever. Still, oh, here we go. 1240, 1246. So nothing spectacular. I'm just looking to see where it could open. 1240, 1246 right now. But in all seriousness, when some people, even, why don't you trade more? You're the moderator of a trading room, for gosh sakes. Well, you can see what happens. I mean, yeah, if I could 100% concentrate on the things that I'm seeing, I'd probably take a few more trades, not miss things. But hey, it's just the nature of what I do. That's okay. Just give me a moment here. Well, again, it's a SPAC. Yeah, I mean, I don't know who they're. Does it even say who they're actually looking for? Looking to do a deal with? I don't see. I don't see anything in the news. It's possible. Okay, there you go. Red Sox. There you go. Billy Bean. All right. Yeah, there's Billy Bean. All right, just opened, and so that would have been, well, did not, that was not a good open. So probably could have made about 50 or 60 cents if I got in proxy, but let's see what happens. I mean, maybe it pops right back up. I don't know. Oh yeah, these are just trades, Steve. Yeah, this is just certainly not marrying this. I'm well, I'm not in it. This would have just been nice to have got in. Okay, guys, I say I am not going to lose sight of this ORBC. I know it sounds like I'm nagging, but I'm just not going to lose sight of it. It has room. If it wants to get back up to this area, it might happen later on. It may not happen at all, but it did come up on the unusual options activities. By every SPAC and hope for the best. Yes. We have a SPAC channel. New channel bar. It's called Blank Check. Just one moment, please. There it is, the blank check SPAC channel. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. All right, listen, Zach, you will be amused. I took very, very few shares, okay? And I haven't shorted a stock this price, and again, I don't think I've ever. But Airbnb, okay? I took very, very few shares. Let's see if it comes anywhere close to that 70. And I'm up here, so I'm up here in this 181 area. So, but again, I have very, very few shares. Can you put an alert on the unusual options activity alert that announces the moment something new shows? Okay, so I think, well, the whole idea with our alert windows, yes, you can put a sound alert, okay? So a sound alert, right click, properties, actions, and then you just basically follow this. Play the sound, check it, set up the sound. You can have one of them text to speech. And then after that, I mean, you don't have to use text to speech if you don't want. And then use a custom sound, select folders that have sound alerts. So the whole idea then is when I hear a sound alert, I know exactly which window to look at. Okay, so that basically answers your question. Well, you can do it on anything. Well, I did. The problem is that I was distracted doing something else. I do have a sound alert on here, but the problem is that just as I, sort of hearing it in the background, and I was doing something else. So that's why I missed it. Plus Sam. Oh, no, that's the whole idea. I mean, you have to have different sound alerts for different windows. So when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. So you're on the web-based version, right? One Fix-It Man? Web-based version has very limited sound alerts. I'm assuming you're on the web-based version. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. You're not on the web-based version, really? Well, you must be doing it. Follow what you can see my screen. Follow what I do. Right click, properties, actions. And then check that play sound and then set up the sound. I wouldn't use any of these. This is more for the web-based version, but you can have text to speech for one window. The reason I say one is you don't want to have them all text to speech because you'll never know which window it's coming from. And then you should be able to check this, use custom sound, select. So that's what I'm saying. You do this, use custom sound. Maybe you're not seeing this. Use custom sound, check that, and then select. And then here we have 3 folders. Each folder has some price alerts in, or sound alerts in them. Okay? That I think that's what you're missing. Okay? Yeah, I wouldn't use that feature, the alerts window pop-up. The reason why is that if you're doing anything else, like if you're, doing a web. No, I know, but don't worry about that one fix it man, okay? Never mind the fact that I understand what you're saying, that they're all kind of the same. Okay, never mind, okay? Because, text to speech works, and then just use this custom sound where we probably have 30 or 40 sounds you can pick from, okay? There's not enough of a difference anyway between these. Why not use a custom sound that has a really distinct sound? So that alert windows pop up, you can then minimize your window, and when you get an alert, it'll pop up. Okay, that's what that means. The problem is that if you do that, first of all, you might, I do it on my price alerts. That's the only one I use it on. Okay, it's the only one I use it on because I don't have to stare at this screen all day long. All I care about is, okay, if I set a price alert, I want it, when it happens, I want to see it. So that's why I do minimize this one so it pops up. But everything else, if you had in theory, I could minimize this one because I know I'm only going to get, 6, 7, 8 8 alerts a day. I could do that. So I guess, if you have, if space is a premium, you can start. The problem is that if you do that, it interferes with keystrokes doing other things. For instance, posting in the room, or if you're working on a Word document. This, it drove me crazy when I first started with Trade Ideas. Because I didn't know that, and I think the default was a pop-up or something, and I'd be doing something else, and it would stop. And that's when we determined that if you check that pop-up, can really, not allow you to keystroking in other programs, or even entering into this, into the chat here, into the trading room here. So that's why I don't do it. Long-winded, just don't use it. Okay. No, I think that's a little bit different. The don't repeat is fine. No, I think he's talking about this. I don't even. I don't even know where it is anymore. Yeah, it's in action. So the show alert window. Or maybe that was what it was. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm totally wrong. This is what I was talking about, the show alert window. If you check that, then it really screws up keystroking. Well, I'll just give it to you. And then you can see the filters and everything that I'm using. If you want to change them, go ahead. But here it is. How is my Romeo doing? I'm not going to lose sight of this one tomorrow. I'm going to have to really, really make sure I'm going to see that alert if it happens at 23:19 or so. I really want to see if this can move out of this area and start to fill in this void. Is it still moving? Yeah, so the next high looking left is what, $9, so it's getting close. That's a great move for, it's a great move. BlackBerry. BlackBerry, oh man, is right. But it's hilarious seeing movies from the mid 2000s, and they're hauling out their Blackberries. What could have been. Why would retirees be doing that? But okay. GBTC. Yeah, nice flat. Boy, is it ever flat now. Hey guys, so today is Thursday, so there is a marketing meeting. I'm sure they're going to be talking more and more. Hopefully next week, guys, those of you with TD Ameritrade and E-Trade, you'll be able to use this Brokers Plus window to trade your accounts. It's available right now in the development version, so I mean it's that close. $400,000, why not? Well, the 100,000 doesn't seem as crazy anymore, does it? Seriously, I mean, it doesn't seem as crazy. Funko? I haven't seen it for a while. It used to be a really active trader, FNKO. Yeah, I mean, listen, but you see, look at what it's done. I mean, what a great 3 months, rising off that 6, basically a double. The next, I mean, it still has room, but it's extended. But what is extended anyway these days? So what I see here is it has some room to 17. So maybe it stops for a while. Same on the weekly. Well, the weekly chart though, let's take a look. The weekly chart is 1569. So that's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it may struggle there, but definitely having a nice week, or really it's today. Is there news? Hearing Jeffries raises price target. So there's a from 7 to 12. So, you know what? I mean, they raised it from 7 to 12, so it's over that price now. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. When you say that's part of the premium package, no, no. You mean the ability to link to your Interactive, well, right now, Interactive Brokers or TD Ameritrade or E-Trade? No, no. The only time you need our premium package is if you want to auto trade anything. Okay? So if you don't care about auto trading anything, then the standard service is fine. You literally would just do a connect. Connect, connect. There will be a little video to show you, how to do all this. And then once you're connected, boom, you're done. You're away. What I would do first, though, again, before you start live trading, even if you're an experienced trader, I would use our simulator first, just to, get used to the window. You can do things, you'll be able to do things like set up the one-click trading, okay? One-click trading. I know people seem to get so hung up on wanting to auto trade. I don't get it, but okay. But this is so darn close to it. I personally would always love to see, if I get an alert, I want to check out the charts first, just to make sure there's no near-term resistance. That 200-day moving average isn't right on top of it. See what the market's doing. All this can be sized up in like seconds, though. I mean, you get used to it, right? And then, so let's say I wanted to trade iClick right here. I look at it and go, oh, yeah, I like what I see. So I go back, I just hover over it, right click, and then this box pops up, and I just pick how I want to trade it. So, I mean, how long will that take? I mean, if the trades that you're trying to take are so destroyed because you have to wait 10 seconds, this is probably not the program for you. And again, I'm not talking to anybody specifically. Okay? You can't wait 10 seconds to get into a trade because, you're trying to make 2 or 3 cents on the trade. I really think then you're barking up the wrong tree. It is Dan at trade-ideas.com, Frank, okay? Yeah, so Zahur, that's the type of stock that I really don't look at. Somebody else might. Talking about Goldman Sachs. They have earnings next week, So they have earnings next week. So, obviously it's been on a run. It's an all-time high for Goldman Sachs. I don't know, is it running up ahead of earnings? I mean, that's an incredible move. I mean, 200 to 300. You just don't think of moves like this for those types of stocks. But, 50% move. Not quite a 50%, a 33% move in less than 3 months, 2.5 months. But they do have earnings next week. Maybe this is just being bid up ahead of earnings. I don't know. But I don't trade that level of stock, that price range. So I don't have a. But I mean, what a move! What a move over the last 3 months, 2.5 months. Yeah, AI is part of our premium service. Yes, if you want access to the AI, it's part of the premium service. So the only reason you need premium is if you want access to the AI or if you wanted to, say, auto trade your own strategies. Okay? Otherwise, standard is fine. Not using Brokerage Plus. I mean, I think, well, Schwab isn't, I don't understand. Now, what is the relationship? I mean, Schwab bought, was it E-Trade? Oh, they bought, okay, TD. So I don't know what the relationship is. I don't know if if there's still two separate companies. I really don't know. All right, guys, I'm just going to get prepared for the marketing session at 2 o'clock. Oops. Those are just alerts, okay? They're not buy and sell signals as such, Ken, okay? I mean, nothing, even everything you see here, this is not a buy or sell signal. These are ideas that have been generated. The same thing in Account Builder, okay? So it's not saying, okay, buy it here and sell it there. The only thing it will say, there's something called a swing exit that usually will show up on a chart. But look, it's not any, I mean, it's just a 20-day low. I mean, it's nothing, it's not what I call scientific. But so there is a swing exit that will show up on a chart, but that is a 20-day low. The only thing that in theory gives um, buy and sell signals is the AI. You know, it has an entry price, it has a stop price. That's the only thing. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put myself on mute now. Yeah, no, there's nothing to enable, Ken. It just appears on the chart automatically. So there's nothing you have to do. Okay, I've got to put myself on mute. All right, guys, sorry about that long meeting. All right, so I'm going to answer your question about options. So we don't trade options, okay? We have option filters, which may help you trade options. So this is for you, one David Drow in our YouTube room. So this is what, people who want to trade options, they can use these filters to maybe zero in on stocks with abnormal option activity. So let me just show you what those filters are. So right click and search and type in options. All right, so we've got the put call ratio. Option volume is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Option volume today, obvious. Put and call volume today. And this is the key metric, the option volume today %. So if you use that filter and say I put 200 in here, which is 200%. So what that'll do is, let's just say a stock over the last 10 days has averaged 2,000 contracts. For you to see that stock today, it'll have to trade at least 4,000 contracts, okay? So it's helping you find stocks with abnormal option activity. Now, if that helps you trade the option itself, great. But that's it as far as options are concerned, okay? All right, so Fuzzy, so as I said, all you have to do if you want to sign up again, use the same email. I gave you the homepage link. Click on that link. Say, listen, I used to have an account. Use the same email address, okay? Because if you use the same email address to sign up again, everything, as long as you save things to the cloud, everything will be there for you, okay? Only if you saved it to the cloud before. So does that make sense, Fuzzy? Or Fuzzy? Fun Crazy? Okay. Okay, so when you say show me, so did you not see what I just demonstrated? One David? You want me to do it again, or? Just waiting for an answer. When you say show me, what do you mean exactly? I sort of ran through what option filters we have. I can do it again. Okay. So if you right click on an alert window, configure, and do a search, and options. Okay, so these are the option filters that we have. We have the put call, some are obvious. We have a put call ratio, options volume today, put and call volume today. Those are some pretty standard ones. Options volume, that is the average number of option contracts over the last 10 days. Okay, the average number, total puts and calls. This is the one that might, get you interested, the options volume today %. So as I explained before, if I put 200 in here, that's 200%, double, okay? So if a stock over the last 10 days has averaged 2,000 contracts a day, and you use that 200, that stock will have to be trading at least 4,000 contracts a day. In other words, double what it has averaged over the last 10 days. So that might help you then. So really all it's going to do is just going to show you stocks with abnormal option activity. If that helps you to trade the options, great. Okay? And only you can determine. I know there are people that use this who trade options, and it helps them. Okay, so Zahur, we actually have a spread filter. It's called the spread filter. Okay, spread in pennies. So yeah, the filter. So if you wanted to have a maximum spread of, well, 2 cents. I mean, you're not, I don't know how many stocks you're going to see like that, but okay. So you would put 2. So the maximum spread would be 2 cents. Or 10 cents, whatever number you put in there, then at the time you see it, that'll be the spread. So, I mean, if you want stocks that trade options, then what you would add, again, you would just add these, if you want stocks that trade options with a tight spread, then you just have to add one of the filters. So option volume today, whatever number you want. If it's 2,000 contracts minimum or 1,000, whatever that number is, and then the spread. Well, the OTC market, a couple of ways. I mean, here in an alert window, configure, and then exchanges. And so here, you just check off pink sheets, these 3. So those would be the OTC, or that would be the OTC market in essence, okay? Trade of the week is FUV, $1 a day. FUV, done extremely well. Yeah, if you click on an alert, so I'm now answering you, Sam. You click on an alert, and it's a real-time alert. You will see a red dotted line or a red line on top, which will, really close, which will basically is just showing you where the next high of on a daily chart is. Well, again, okay. So right-click on an alert. Well, you don't have our program anymore, do you? You want to resubscribe or something? So again, it's just a matter of clicking the exchanges, pink sheets, OTC right here. These guys, okay? Just this. So if you just want to zero in on OTC, you just click pinks and these 2, okay? Man, oh man, NKLA. Well, congrats anybody who held on to it. Now, yesterday's high was, it's getting closer, but $1 away. Well, let's see. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe this will continue to go. I still am very interested in the RMO for tomorrow. See if it takes this out. It just, it got basically to the high of yesterday, today. If it can take that out somehow and start to run into that area. All right, guys, I'm shutting the room down now. I will stay if there are any questions, but otherwise I will shut the room down. Okay, I just want to see any other questions. No other questions. That's up to you, Tony. I mean, there's no such thing as what should be. I mean, obviously, the higher the number and the relative volume, okay, the fewer alerts you'll get, but it'll be obviously the stocks will be pretty active. So there's no should be. You know what I would do? I mean, if you put a very high relative volume, like 5 or 10, or that's very high, and with other filters in place, you're not getting enough alerts, and you have to maybe reduce it. So there's no right or wrong number. Next 200%. How do you ask questions for Barry? What do you mean? You just ask questions. Yeah, so I'm not sure how I can help you. I mean, if you use the same email address and you have now a toolbar and you file load from cloud, if you don't see anything, that means you didn't save anything into the cloud. When you say not running though, what do you mean by that? You have a toolbar and you have a blank screen, yes. Yeah, I don't have anything that designed just for that, Phalanx. I mean, late day movers, you can do things like biggest movers in the last 60 minutes or last 30 minutes, things like that. You know, we have if it's not necessarily coming from consolidation though, but you know, change in 30 minutes or 60 minutes. I mean, we've got 30 or 60 minutes. We have a lot of different changes, and you can put the biggest change. So if you started looking at this in the last 30 minutes a day, you would see the ones that are moving the most in the last 30 minutes. So when you say that green thing, are you talking about this here? So you don't have a green ball? What is the color of that ball? Okay, so you're not like you haven't connected then somehow. Is it red or orange or red? Okay, so you have not. When you say that you just connected, how like you paid? You just paid us? Okay, the only this is what I would do. Go back to the home page and say, listen, I just took out an account. I just paid for an account. Here's my email address. I have a red ball. It may be that you didn't complete the exchange agreements. Okay, I don't have access to accounts. So again, go to the home page. And then when you click on that, you'll see something. Usually you'll see something like start a live discussion and just say, hey, I just signed up. I paid. I think I paid, but I have a red ball. And give them the email you used to sign up so they can check your account. It's possible that you did not complete the exchange agreements. Many people think they've done it, but they haven't. I can't help you at this point, okay? Because they have to look at your account and I just don't have access to it. No one fix it. We don't have no. We don't look at anybody's. There's hundreds of thousands of scans out there. So no, the answer is no. So don't worry. You create something and you want it all for yourself. Don't worry. All right, guys. I think that's it. Because Usually they're there till about 4:35, so it's 3 o'clock now, Eastern time, of course. All right, guys, we will do something. We'll do this all over. Okay, RSI searches. Are we the one I was talking to yesterday? And the difference between the chart and the RSI data value? Was that you? Okay, so that was not you. Okay, when you say the RSI searches are not picking up stocks that qualify search criteria, like I need a lot more information than that. I mean, we have RSIs obviously. And so if you haven't, so I need more information than that. Trade of the week, yeah, FUV. There it is. Well, the history, well, there. So the trade of the week was, what are we now, Thursday? So Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So there was the trade of the week, FUV. Active, can't even remember what it was. 16 something maybe? So there it is. Well, gap scan. Okay, we have what I would try first is our post market, our after hours channel. Okay, so channel bar. I would try this first, the after hours channel. After hours channel. That'll show you all the gappers anyway. But otherwise, you have to post market highs, okay? You can use this is an alert you can use for post market highs, okay? So you might want to add that to your gap scanner. Yeah, so you can use, yeah, I mean, I've got scans that I use after hours, yes. But they'll all have something like this, a post market high. Okay, Paul, you know what? I think the best thing you can do is info@trade-ideas.com. Send the cloud link, okay, of what you're saying is not showing up correctly. You know how to do a cloud link? Just right click on the scan that you've got, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share, and say okay, and then paste it in, and then Control V so we can take a look at it, all right? It's impossible for me to know without seeing the whole thing. And one of the other traders may take a look at it also. All right, guys. We'll do this tomorrow. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.